Welcome to this year's Why Not Work Conference. Thank you everyone for coming along. We've a packed day ahead of us full of breaks and lunches, some sessions in between. What we're going to do is kick off our morning together. We'll invite our current chair of Dublin Pride to give our opening address, Philippa Ryder.
Thank you, Jed. Sessions, yeah. We all like sessions, don't we? Now my PDA here is turned off. So just 1 second while I get it organised. It's my wife, so I rarely use it. She guards it very carefully indeed. So as Jed has already said, welcome everybody. Thanks for attending this year's Pride at Work in the Morrison. Thanks Jed and Jamie for the compilation of some really great, informative and valuable panels, which I expect you will find very useful in your day-to-day work. Thanks in advance to the staff and management of the Morrison as well for looking after our needs. Hopefully you'll enjoy lunch. I believe it's quite nice. It's heartening to see so many of you here today. It's so important to show support and solidarity to your LGBTQ plus colleagues in the workplace, because the benefits of inclusion, being your true self at work, are well known and established. Without a doubt, productivity, morale, and the general mood in the office improves when people are able to be their true selves, to be accepted for who they are, if they feel supported by both management and their colleagues. This year's Pride marks a series of anniversaries of important events in the history of Pride and our rights. It's the 50th anniversary of the first LGBTQ plus group in Dublin, the sexual liberation movement in Trinity College. The 40th anniversary of the famous March to Fernion Park and the first Dublin Pride Parade. It's also the 30th anniversary of the decriminalisation of homosexuality in Ireland. We have a special version of our Journey to Pride talk that focuses on the 50-year history of Pride and rainbow activism in our city. Please let us know if you'd like to have one of us to give to your staff. And if you haven't been this year to the Pride Hub, we're delighted to say it's open now, 7 days a week, on Clarendon Street until the end of June, although it will continue on for 17 months I think afterwards. But equally significant this year are the series of panels you'll see today, which delve into the areas that are important to us as a community now, and of course will benefit the leaders in the room in their day-to-day work with their LGBTQ plus colleagues. Recruitment and retention of staff from the rainbow community is much more likely if your company or organisation is inclusive and diverse, with policies and strategies in place to welcome and include LGBTQ plus staff at all levels. We achieved so much with Marriage Equality and Gender Recognition Act, both in 2015 and Repeal the 8th in 2018. This year we hope and require our legislators to pass hate crime legislation and abandon conversion, advances which are designed to protect our community, and we look forward to these being introduced in the very near future. All these advances, past, present and future, have made Ireland a much more inclusive and accepting nation, one of the beacons for our community worldwide. And let's hope that we can continue to be. The most recent ILGA Europe report, however, places at only 54% overall in their scale of LGBTQ plus rights, in 16th place, one place above the UK. Unfortunately, there is no country where our community can feel totally safe, and 7 countries have the death penalty for same-sex consensual acts. Today in Ireland, homophobic, transphobic and racist attacks are increasing, both online and, more worryingly, on our streets. These attacks, or even their threat, can affect the mental health of many of our community, some of whom are vulnerable in the early stages of finding their true identities. The media in general don't help, as they insist on platforming a small number of very vocal transphobic, homophobic and racist individuals. According to one survey in the UK, there were 2,000 negative articles or broadcasts about the LGBTQ plus community in the last 2 years alone, 2000. A lot of the time focusing on the trans community. To combat all this hatred, we need allies like yourselves, and you being in this room sends a clear message. So if the workplace is accepting and supportive, then your staff are given that extra help to gain their confidence and to be more productive. It has been shown that a diverse company has a larger pool of talent, with more ideas, more skills, different experiences and education, all of which lead to a more successful company. With your help, we can together make Ireland an even more welcoming place for the rainbow community and attract talent within Ireland and from all over the world. So we have 4 panels today to help you on your journey to be a more inclusive and attractive company for our community. The first, which will start in a couple of minutes, is The Data Don't Lie, which explores the theme of a world driven by data and analytics, and we examine how they can be used to better understand the challenges LGBTQ plus workers face, develop systems to promote equity and inclusion, and both track and drive progress. Our second panel is If It's Not Your Policy, It's Not Your Practice. For hundreds of years, LGBTQ plus people have faced discrimination and persecution based on laws and policies that were written down. It's not enough to just remove the words that criminalised or excluded us. They must be replaced with robust policies and legislation that protects and includes us. After lunch, we'll have 2 more panels. Firstly, entitled Myth Busting, we will talk about how propaganda, misinformation and fake news have the potential to polarise public opinion, to promote violent extremism and hate speech, and ultimately to undermine trust and relationships between communities. And the last panel of the day, What's Next, will focus on the future, because we can't rest on our laurels, as the vitriol and attacks on our community show. Since the first Dublin Pride Workplace Conference in 2019, we've seen a global pandemic that changed how and where we worked, a great resignation followed by a great layoff, war in Europe, a climate crisis, an energy crisis, a cost of living crisis, and a rise in far-right ideologies. But it's not all bad. This panel will bring together an activist, a historian, a politician, and a diplomat and ask them the questions: what's next? How do we make it better? How do we prepare for what's down the line? So, I don't know where the panel is, but anyway, I'm going to introduce Aaron to have the first panel. So, thank you very much.
So, our first panel of the day, as we said, we're talking about data and how data can be used to understand, to drive, and to monitor progress in terms of diversity and inclusion. And we have a wonderful panel who can start taking the places now. So, we have Aaron Barry, who is market manager of Business Recruitment and also one of the voluntary director trustees of Dublin Pride. We have Siobhan McKenna, the head of Equality, Diversity and Inclusion at Public Appointment Service. We have Andrew Campbell-Levy, who is the head of communication at the Irish Centre University, and Corey Rice, who is also research manager of LGBT Ireland. So over to you, Aaron.
Thanks, Jed. Thanks so much. Welcome everyone. Good morning, and welcome to the panel as well. So as Jed said, we're going to jump in and talk about data online. So first question, I suppose, is on the importance of diversity data. And I want to ask each of our panelists here what they think the importance of diversity data is, and how does it help organisations understand the challenges of LGBTQ plus people. Andrew, would you like to kick us off?
I knew I should have said that. I'm going to get in there with what I think will be repeated as we go along. And it's a cliche, I always speak in cliches. And my first cliche for today is, if you can't measure it, you can't. I've got it wrong. Anyway, if you don't measure it, you can't. If you don't record it, you can't measure it. So that's the key to why data is so important. It's all very well and good having policies and procedures and doing all the training and getting people on board. But if you can't show that all of those efforts are actually contributing to progress, then it's kind of why are you doing it? If you can't show that you're actually moving the needle, that you're making a difference, it's almost a waste of time almost. Apart from the hearts and minds that you're winning, you need to show that it's having an effect, because it is an investment and it does cost money, costs time, costs hearts and minds. And if you want people to continue investing, then you've got to show that there's progress, you've got to show that you're making a difference, and the way to do that is to show it with data. So you say data, I say data. So that's my take on why data is so important in EDI work. Do I hand on?
Hi, thanks. Morning, everybody. It's really great to be here again, see everybody here, and it's a beautiful day. As Jed was saying, my name is Siobhan McKenna. I'm the head of Quality, Diversity, Inclusion and Public Appointment Service, and that is the part of the government that does the recruitment for the civil and public sector. So the government departments, HSC, Lord Síochána. We don't do all of it, thankfully. There's about 350,000 people in the civil and public sector, and we do about a third of the recruitment there. So that's about 60,000 people every year who come through our website. They all take the equality monitoring questions on the way in. So we're quite lucky. We have a fairly robust, as we have recently discovered, we work for the other side, I'll talk about it a bit later. We have a pretty good idea who's applying for the civil and public sector at the moment, because of looking at the data and interrogating us. 2 years ago, we had no idea who was working in the civil and public sector, because we hadn't looked at the data even though we were sitting on it. So we were assuming that it was mostly men in senior positions, it was mostly women in caring professions, and social work and things like that, and ethnic minorities were underrepresented, people with disabilities were underrepresented, and nobody ever counted the LGBT community anyway. So nobody had a clue. Because up until about 20 years ago, you would have lost your job if you were out in the civil or public sector as a gay person. So, we were assuming all of these things that we didn't know, so we worked with the USI to crunch the data around disability, ethnicity, and gender. And so now it confirms what we knew, that it is mostly men in senior positions, and it is women, this, that, the other, and people are underrepresented, but we now have a baseline from which to measure progress, as Andrew was saying, and we also know who groups are that we need to target or attract into the public sector, because we need everybody building our public services for the future. And we can measure progress. So all of those drivers are why ED&I is really, or why data is really important in this area. We live in a data-driven world. Data underpins everything we do, and ED&I should be no different. So
Great, thanks very much. So as Jed said, my name is Roger Royce. I'm the Policy and Research Manager with LGBT Ireland. LGBT Ireland, as some of you may know, is a national organisation, and we run the National LGBT Helpline. We also provide training and organisations in different settings, and we look at some policy issues. I suppose just in terms of the question, I think it really matters because it matters to the community. There was a Burning Issues report done by NSF in 2016, which ranked the community's key issues. And equality in work was number 3 on the issues. After hate crime was number 1, this was one of the top 3 issues. So it is really important to the community to get equality and fairness in the workplace. So that's the key thing why it matters. And the other thing is that visibility matters, and when we have data, it's important that the community is visible. One of the projects we're currently working on is trying to convince the CSO to include LGBT categories in the census. We think it's really important because if you look at the Equal Status Act, 8 of the 9 grounds of capturing census and sexual orientation isn't, and gender identity isn't properly captured. So as a result, the population is just invisible. We have this huge amount of census data, and we're just invisible. And we really want to make the community visible in all that data, because we capture some really rich data in census. Everybody in the country fills it out. We fill out about our workplace, about our income, where we travel to work, where we work, what kind of industries we work in, age profile of people in different areas. But it tells us almost nothing to say about the community. And we're really hopeful that in the 2027 census that we will have those categories included. And there are some risks with that, and there are some other issues that we can explore later on, but I think it's fundamentally just really important that we're visible, and that the barriers we face or the challenges we face are captured. And we've seen it in other countries, so in both the US and the UK now, we include sexual orientation, gender identity in census gathering.
And you can see during the pandemic in the US that the community had suffered increased levels of economic hardship in the pandemic, which we don't have that similar kind of data here. So I think it's really, really important to just measure the kind of impact and the kind of barriers the community faces. And then once we know what they are, then we can start to challenge and address them. But until we have the data, we can't even start. So that's what I think.
And that's really important, Patrick, you mentioned capturing the right data, and that's something I'd love to discuss as well in terms of what those key data points are, or metrics that organisations can, I suppose, capture to measure the level of equity for LGBTQ plus workers. Are there particular data points that you think should be captured, and what are those areas that we should definitely be looking at capturing as organisations?
I think it varies across the industry and varies by sector. But I would think that if you're capturing data on the other equality grounds, then you should be capturing sexual orientation, gender identity. I think that's probably a good starting point to look to see what data you're already gathering in the organisation, and are you missing LGBT categories within that to add to those. I think that's probably a good place to start. And then, as I said, yeah, it is kind of sector specific. So you may have more specific points on that, but I think it's just generally just start looking to see, what do you have and what's missing and how would you add in these categories.
And Siobhan, I think you were saying from an engagement survey that we have now in the civil service, that there's a new survey. Would you like to talk to us about that?
I was just going to say we've been battling with things as well for this. I just couldn't believe the option wasn't on the census in 2023. And they built Europe, but that's a whole other thing. Because Europe only still captures two categories around genders. Anyway, it's not good enough. But we do a civil service engagement strategy, our engagement survey every 3 years. And so it's coming up this year. And so we've been back and forth with CSN colleagues and other colleagues around, firstly, getting them to ask equality questions, other than gender and disability, because that is the direction of travel we're all going in, gathering this data. CSN will also come up, and the Department for Equality are drafting an equality management strategy for the civil public sector as well, because we know that we need to not just gather who's in it, but also who's using our services and who isn't using our services. So how do we do that? But for the first time, so we've managed to get them to put some equality questions in, and one of them is around sexual orientation, and then I said you need to have a non-binary option for male, whatever it is. They're looking at it, and I think it is now for the first time going to be captured. So we will, and I think it'll be the first time that community is actually being counted in the civil public sector, or it's just for the civil service. But it just, I think the direction of travel is where we want to go, where we will actually be able to count members of this community in this country and then be able to serve them. We did a piece of work as employers, there's about 250 people in our organisation, and we worked with Inclusium, which will be familiar to some of you, but it's kind of like they call it gamified software engagement tool, which is basically an app, but it's ED&I focused and it captures data about people's background and stuff, but there's also a chance to learn, and there's articles, and there's space for conversations. But it was the first time we asked about gender identity as well and sexual orientation, and so we now know 14% of our staff are LGBT. Like, we didn't know that beforehand, and I was like, okay, so where is the policy supporting these people in the workplace? So we've been working on it for the last year, and we're about to put it out there. That is the other reason we need this data. It drives that policy. So, there's a policy gap there, which the data identified, and we're now trying to fill it. So, so I do think the direction of travel is more nuanced data as well. And then we get that mecca where it's intersectional data. I'm really excited about that. I'll stop there.
Absolutely. I suppose, Andrew, at the Irish Centre for Diversity, you deal with hundreds, thousands of brands that are looking at diversity data. Are there particular key data points that you see from your clients that we should be tracking, or anything that hasn't been discussed?
I would say that at the Irish Centre for Diversity, we work with all sectors and companies and organisations at all stages of the EDI journey. We help them to become more inclusive and more diverse to reflect society. But I would say, also the Irish Centre would say, that it's important to remember that there are more differences that are unseen than those that are seen. And you just have to look at the LGBTQ plus elements of it, just the plus. Putting people into tick boxes and categorising people is so difficult and a little bit problematic, and some people see it as offensive. So to drive statisticians crazy, but the other and the self-declaration element of all of these data capture points is so important, because it's important for people to define who they are rather than putting them into predetermined boxes. So that's all I would say, is that just remember that there are more differences that are unseen than those that are seen.
And then if we look at the data that is available on the community, what does it tell us about the life experiences of LGBTQ plus people in the workplace? Does anyone have any insight on that?
Yeah, I can talk about a few different pieces. So I suppose in terms of just looking at 3 different reports, the CSO for 2019 had reports on discrimination and showed that 33% of LGBT people experienced discrimination in the previous 2 years, which was the highest of any category in our society, which is alarmingly high, I think. And 10% of that discrimination was in the workplace, and 8% while looking for work. So quite high levels of discrimination being faced by people in the community at work. I mentioned earlier the NXF do burning issues study of the community, of one of the community's key issues. There's been 2 editions of that report, and it said that equality in the workplace was one of the top issues, but that report also asked people about their levels of outness in the workplace, who were they out to, how comfortable were they being out at work, and only 66% of LGBT people were out to all colleagues, and 87% being out to some, and 13% not being out at all in work. So there still is issues there with people feeling comfortable disclosing their gender or sexual orientation in the workplace. And it's also clear from that some people must feel uncomfortable with some people, that they're out to some but not all colleagues. There must be some cultural issues in the workplace that they feel like there's some people they need to hold back from or not disclose to, and some people they feel a bit more comfortable being out to. So there certainly are issues there around culture in the workplace and the kind of comfort people have being out at work. And there's definitely things that can be done to improve that, but there are issues there. And then the other piece of work we're looking at is kind of people's wider experiences, because I think our experiences aren't just at work, like we experience things in our day-to-day lives and we bring that stuff to work. Something happens to you outside of work, you want to bring those incidents with you and inform your kind of experience and shape your lives, I think. So the LGBT Ireland study of 2016 is a new version of that study underway at the moment, but that showed that 75% of LGBT people have been verbally abused because of their sexual orientation and gender identity. So 75% seeing verbal abuse. 1 in 5 have been consciously physically attacked, and 1 in 6 have experienced sexual violence. So we know from that high levels of violence and abuse experienced by the community. That report also looked at some specific workplace stats, and 17% of people had experienced, 70% of LGBT people had experienced bullying at work, and 25% of people had witnessed LGBT bullying, with 6% missing or skipping work due to negative treatment. So we know it's having this kind of wider effect on productivity and people's comfort at work, and people turning up to work, so it has this kind of ripple effect of those negative experiences and have a huge impact on people. And I think, yeah, it's important to look, I think, at the whole life, because we live wide and varied lives, and that impacts on our work and how we feel at work.
Siobhan, would you have any insight from the public?
Well, just unfortunately, we don't count the community, as I've said. So we're hoping to change that. We're hoping to get to the point where, we can run pay gaps for all sorts of communities. I was in London 20 years before coming home, and I worked in City Hall there. She for the now disgraced former Prime Minister of the UK, pretty deep can. But when I was leaving, we'd done our ethnicity pay gap, and they were working on the LGBT and the disability pay gap. And that pay gap is one indicator of how a group is getting on in the workplace. It's not the only one, but it's certainly one of them. And just when we talk about data, I always like to flag kind of the qualitative. Like everyone is mad for the hard data and the numbers and counting and this and the other, but the other side of that is the stories of the lived experience of of the people who are on holiday or in the workplace. They may not be universal points of data, but to discount them and to just look at the hard data and say, like for example, I don't think there was a pay gap in the LGBT community in City Hall. In fact, I think it was a positive pay gap. But that doesn't mean that those people in the building haven't had comments or abuse or been passed over for promotion. Just because the pay gap says it's a positive one, doesn't mean everything is hunky-dory. So you just have to be careful that you combine the two and you get that lived experience and you don't forget, which you can do sometimes with data. There's actually people, every one of those data points is a human being with a lived experience. So it's really important to have that balance, I think.
Anything to add on that one, Andrew?
I almost echo what's been said already very well. I pulled some data as well from the Stonewall report, and what I think is important to do here is to remember that yes, there has been huge amounts of progress, and if you look at data in terms of the marriage equality referendum, which was a huge public vote that was positive, you could say that lived experience for everyone is wonderful, but then you get statistics that Paul pulled up, and that you get statistics that Philippa gave in the opening address, where it just kind of reminds people that there's still abuse, and we find that in our work at the Irish Centre for Diversity, that there's still huge amounts of stigma at work, and the companies that we deal with come to us because they want to change their culture. And the second cliche of the day, culture does eat strategy for breakfast. So, we can see that the companies that come to us are just a tiny fraction of the businesses that are out there. When they come to us for help and guidance to become more diverse and inclusive, that's because you could say they're progressive, but how many other hundreds and thousands of companies don't take on that message? So in terms of lived experience, yes, there has been huge progress, and yes, if you look to kind of helicopter view, satellite view data, you think it's all wonderful, but there's still homophobic abuse and personal lived experience. I've not been abused, but I just look at the culture that allows abuse to continue, and if someone's not out of work, then that means they are unlikely to report that abuse. And in terms of myself, I think, okay, if the culture is allowing that abuse to occur because that person doesn't feel that they can report it because they don't want to out themselves, then that homophobic abuse is just a short, skip-and-a-hop way to racism. And, I'm not putting, there's no hierarchy of abuse, but it's just kind of shows you the travel direction of if you let one thing go, you can end up in all sorts of hell, basically. So.
Very good. I suppose I want to discuss as well how data can be used to develop and inform DE&I strategies. And I think this idea of data-driven decision making, needing data to I suppose baseline and to be able to measure progress before taking targeted action. That's something you specifically have an interest in as well. Siobhan, would you like to talk to us about that?
Well, I suppose it is one of the reasons that we do this, and not just to know who works in our workforce, but also where they are and how they're progressing. When we identified our gender pay gap in City Hall, it was like 12% when Morris Johnson left. 4 years later, we got it down to 1%. And we had looked at the data, we're like, why aren't there more senior women, or why aren't there more women in senior management roles? And so we set up a sponsorship program, which is different to mentoring, and sponsoring is all about leveraging the power and the contacts of your senior sponsor to bring opportunities into your life and things like that. And so, because most of us have figured out that the way to get on and work is visibility, is being there and being on your manager's radar and things like that. But there's good classes, but so we figured that these women with potential were lacking that visibility. So we paired them with senior sponsors, and the mayor at the time had agreement across the police and the fire and lots of transport for London and things like that. So a huge workforce. And we were in the second and third year when I was leaving, but you were starting to see what they call that sponsoring effect, where you're more likely to ask for a pay rise if you have a sponsor encouraging you, or you're more likely to put your hand up for the challenging roles, and sponsorship has an impact on everyone, both men in the workplace, women in the workplace, but also ethnic minorities. So, that was kind of another policy that I actually saw with my own eyes kind of drive, because the data told us that women were getting stuck at this grade and we needed to get them to the next one. And so that wasn't the only thing that reduced our pay gap to less than 1%, but it was certainly one of them.
And Padraig, I wonder from an LGBT Ireland perspective and partners, do you have any examples from your side?
Yeah, I suppose like one of the key insights I think is that it has to be year-round work. I think like it's really important that we do events during Pride and during Pride Month and do celebrations, but I think it's really important that, like, you know, still on the gay November, that we do this kind of like all year round, and that's kind of a wider approach that's organisational wide, I suppose, in terms of our strategies, and that's deep as well. And I think sometimes we hear back from some places in the workplace, and sometimes it can be some of the initiatives can sometimes maybe feel shallow, but that it needs to go a bit deeper in terms of like training that's available to staff, like cultural training, and cultural change, but then also down into like HR policies, and doing that really deep work, I think, to counter some of those barriers and to make people feel more comfortable being out at work, and to address some of that discrimination. I think that's where you make a really big difference in people's lives, and I think one of the key things is not necessarily data related, but I think in terms of addressing some of the challenges people face, I think it's almost being a step ahead of societal change and filling the gap that are there. So a good example, someone gave to me recently, a number of years ago, two men were legally allowed to adopt, but they weren't entitled to adoptive leave. So there's a 2-year gap between people being allowed to jointly adopt, to be able to avail of the social welfare provision, to avail of adoptive leave. But he was like, my company was willing to step in and say, the state isn't providing adoptive leave benefit, but we will. And that meant so much to that individual that the company was willing to fill that gap and to step up in terms of their HR policies and say, we're not required to do this, but we're going to do it. At the moment, we're working on legislation that's going through the House of the Oireachtas in terms of assisted human reproduction, so in terms of surrogacy. And that's one of the points we're making to government. We're saying, you know, we'll have legal provisions in relation to surrogacy, but will we have related social welfare benefits? So when someone has a newborn infant at home, will they be entitled to paid time off work to care for their newborn infant? And the answer we got is we haven't looked at that yet. So they're looking, the bill will possibly pass and there'll be another gap. So it's about companies and workplaces identifying these issues and these challenges and these barriers and addressing them through their HR policies, or taking a flexible approach, particularly I think when it comes to families, is one of the core areas that we work on. And then I suppose the other thing which is worth bearing in mind, I think, is just the long run impact of decriminalisation has had on society and the legacy of that. And I think we're very quick to forget that. So for 70 years in this state, it was a crime to be gay, and we only decriminalised 30 years ago, and that has a really long legacy, and in particular for older members of the community. I think they carry the impacts that are still carried by people, and I think that affects them with loudness at work, how comfortable people are disclosing sexual orientation, because for many years that was a criminal offence, and they faced huge consequences if somebody discovered that they were gay or they were LGBT. And 30 years on, I think that still has a legacy, and that still continues, and we need to kind of counter that. And that's one of my frustrations, I think, is that we're 30 years after decriminalisation, and we're 25 years after the People's Data Act and the Equality Equality Act, but we're still talking about even capturing basic data on the community. So there is a lot of work to do to catch up, I think, and to counter some of those barriers people face and to end that discrimination. But that has to be a continual process, it has to be ongoing, it has to be year-round, and it has to be really deep, I think.
I know one of the topics we were discussing there a couple of minutes ago was around visibility, and wanted to have a chat about that kind of idea of visibility, representation, and how important it is to have that data to actually know exactly who you're representing, but also to track that, to benchmark that. Would anyone have any insights on the panel on that?
I suppose where we're all trying to get to is just to make sure that our workforce and the products that we produce, whether it's services or widgets, you know, we can serve the widest customer base or the widest client base. And you do that by having people who have different lived experience, different disciplines, different life experiences, etc., coming around the table to fix whatever that problem is. And if you have the same people around the table, they're going to come up with the same solution over and over again. And so it's not just about representation, although that is really important. It's actually about driving that innovation so that we can collectively tackle some of those crises that we've rattled through earlier that are like not going away anytime soon. So how do we collectively solve that? How do you get the best brains, the best experience, the best ideas around the table? And you get that from people who have different lived experiences. And so that, I suppose, is where we should kind of be headed, the direction we should be going. And I'm all for representation, but I don't know how many people, I just meet people all the time who, even though they couldn't see it, went on to be it. So, like, if you can't see someone on your board, or you can't see someone in your senior management team, doesn't mean you can't. It's a big ask. And all of those pioneers and all of those people who broke the mold the first time around will tell you it took a toll. But, I just like, I don't have much time. I'm halfway through my career. I can't see it. You gotta go on and just do it yourself. But you have to be in an environment where you can do that. And I was talking to a colleague recently in the Department of Equalities, and she's lesbian, and she was saying that she landed in one of the departments that had an LGBT staff network. So she knew that it was an environment where she could be herself before anyone said anything to her. And she's, you move around a lot in civil service, and she's like, every time I change a job, I have to out myself, or I don't, and she's like, do you know that you can go into that organisation and that community is there, that is supported and recognised, and just was like, it was a completely different experience to starting somewhere else where you intensively, she's like, I was checking my pronouns when I come back in on a Monday, because, she just meant, so I'm a big fan of staff networks. And if you're really smart about your staff networks, they will shape the workplace for you. They will tell you what needs to be done, and they'll do it for you, because all of the doers are in the staff networks. And so it's, it doesn't have to be massive structural change. There's lots of little things that you can do to send a signal that people are valued and respected, whatever their lived experiences in the workplace.
And I love that idea of signals in the workplace that show it's safe, that show it's inviting, open to all. Andrew, I wonder, working with a huge amount of clients around Ireland, do you have other examples of those signals, or what actually can show employees that it's an inviting, open workplace?
Absolutely. I mean, we always advocate that the businesses that we work with do sing from the top of the mountain about the work that they do and put it on. It's kind of got a bad name, in my view, quite wrongly. People say, oh, that's just virtue signaling. It's virtue signaling. And people kind of jump on it as a negative thing, but it's absolutely not. If you just remember that somebody in this context may not be out, if they're the best person for the job, if they can't see that the company that they're looking to go into is a welcoming place where there will be allies, where there will be network groups, where there will be ERGs, and is an inclusive atmosphere, then they could just go to another company that is shouting, blowing that on the trumpet and making those noises, and then that company will have lost out on that talent. So it's so important that you put your policies on your website. And I know it's kind of cheesy, but yes, during June month, do have the pride flags on your logo, and do have the flags outside. Do sponsor the parades. Do all of that. But as Padraig said, it's important that those things are year round. That not the pride flags and everything, but do have the policy stated on your website, because people should not have to ask what your policies are. It should be stated. It should be, zero tolerance. Should be. No questions needed. It should be front and centre of what you do. So I hope that answers the question.
And Port, from a policy point of view, would there be anything that you would be recommending should be there for the LGBTQ plus community in any workplace, any policy that should definitely be in place to make sure it's welcome, open?
Yeah, I think a lot of it was covered in terms of the kind of the structures you can put in place and the kind of systems you can have in place. But I think it's just reviewing like your HR policy, getting some expert advice in on that to ensure that it's up to date and as inclusive as possible, and that it meets the needs of the LGBT employees that you have in your workplace and your sector, and just ensuring that that's at the front of your mind, I suppose, in terms of reviewing it of the people and their needs and how do we support people and themselves at work and to come to work, because it would be good for the company, it would lead to increased productivity, it would increase staff retention, it would be just a better place for everybody to work, and everybody have better outcomes. And I suppose one thing to bear in mind, this was just in relation to both the data, but in terms of your approach, it's worth remembering that we're not a homogenous community, that there's huge diversity within the community, and that people's experiences are very different. And often, sometimes when we look at the data, we tend to group different parts of the community together, but actually our experiences can be very different, and the experiences of a young trans traveller is going to be very different to a black lesbian woman, to a cisgender gay man. It's worth bearing in mind that the intersectionalities as well, and the different experiences people are going to have, and the kind of layers of oppression, because it will require different responses. My previous workplace was in the Oireachtas, and I worked for 4 years. But I often think about the different experiences members of our community have had as elected politicians. We've never elected a trans person to the Oireachtas. We've elected one lesbian woman, one white woman, and then at the moment we have 2 gay men in cabinet who are, including the Taoiseach and the Minister for Equality, who have all very powerful positions and very different experiences. And the other one is we've had now a gay man in the Oireachtas since 1987, since David Morris was elected. So we've had very different experiences, and different parts of the community have very different experiences, and it's worth bearing those in mind when looking at your strategies, but also when you look at the data in particular. I was looking at one piece of research recently that it was about sexual violence, and they grouped together gay men and lesbian women into one particular data point, and I was trying to explain that the context of our sex, sexuality, sexual partners, experiences of sexual violence are vastly different, and that you can't just merge the 2 groups of data into one data point. And actually, when you separate it out, it turns out there wasn't even enough data entries to be significant in terms of data on lesbian women. So the whole point didn't stand, but it can have a big impact, so it's worth really bearing in mind, particularly the gender difference in the community, but also the other intersections as well, the impact those have.
You mentioned intersectionality there, and I suppose we're obviously talking about the LGBTQ plus community here, but is it worth considering data points or data related to other marginalised communities when we're looking at diversity data for LGBTQ plus people?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we're cross-cutting in community, so we're going to have LGBT travellers, LGBT migrants, LGBT people of colour, so all of those data points are relevant. Because we cross every section of society, every class, every geography, so all of that data has an LGBT element. It just needs to be made visible, and you just need to turn on the lights on the data and show it. And so I think it's really worth bearing in mind the rest of the completely common grounds and looking at that data, because there is those cross-cutting intersections, and none of us have kind of single-issue lives when we're we're made of many different parts, so it's worth looking at all the elements that a person's experience, because it interrelates and impacts, and then sometimes there's layers of oppression that people face, and it's worth bearing those in mind, because some people carry a heavier load than others.
In terms of, I suppose, ethical considerations, I wanted to discuss as well when we're collecting data, what the potential risks might be and what we might have to have in mind when we're collecting and analysing that data about LGBTQ plus workers. Andrew, would you have any insight on that from your brands and clients that you work with?
Absolutely. At the Irish University, we do training and we do consultancy, but I suppose we're most known for our Investors in Diversity EDI accreditation work. And it's all 3 levels: there's gold, silver, and bronze. And the silver level is kind of all built on listening to the voice of colleagues, of the entire team. And the way that we do that is through an all-hands survey. And the question that we invariably always get is, how do we get people in the team to volunteer this sensitive data about themselves? And it will lead back into things like the census and all the other data points and data collection points we're talking about. It's how do you get people to give over something that can be used against them? And our answer is always to put the work in, to ensure that there's a culture of inclusion to start with, so that people don't feel threatened or don't feel negative about giving out this information. People realise, as Paul was saying, that it's needed for visibility, it's needed to drive the investments that bring about a positive change, that's needed for lots of good stuff. It's not always about pinpointing people and targeting them for abuse, targeting them for discrimination, targeting them for non-promotion, things like that. It's really about, as Padraig said, making sure that Pride celebrations are not celebrations, Pride support is year-round. It's not just in June and everyone gets out the flags and goes on the parades. We change kind of our logo. It's, the ERGs are there, the resource groups, the employee groups are there all year round, the allies, the drive for allyship is there all year round. And just lots of other things that drive cultural change and a culture of inclusion. And it goes from recruitment all the way through to retention and all the way through to progression. And just everything, it needs to be in the DNA of the company. And that's how you get people to volunteer this information. So doing these surveys, you may not get it in the first round, but keep going at it. It will build, it will grow as people see that it's not there as a stick for anything negative. They will realise the benefits that come from it. So I can't say it more often, but just drive that culture of inclusion. It's so vital.
Just on, it's disaggregate data. Just to say that we were quite lucky in public work service. We had huge volumes of data, and it was always disaggregated data that we were looking at. So we were just looking at groups. We weren't looking at individuals. People also tick those boxes for us during the recruitment process, and everyone's mad keen to fill in all boxes and fill in all the forms so they can get that job. So we have really high declaration rates. Like it's around 99 for gender, high 80s for disability, and you can still hear me. Disability and ethnic minority. So the evidence tells me that people are actually, in particular conditions, happy to hand that data over. It's another thing asking someone who has been in your workforce for 15 years if they're gay or disabled out of the blue, with no communication around why you're doing it and why it's beneficial to those people to tick those boxes. So it depends on where you collect that data and the messaging around it. But it has to be very clear, and under GDPR, you're not allowed to collect that data unless you're going to do something with it. So what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Why are you tracking people with disabilities? Why are you asking what the disability is and what the accommodation is? And in our case, it's so that we can help them through our processes. And so people are more and more inclined to hand it over. We still got lots of people who don't declare disability because their lived experience has told them it can be used against them. It's a very different case when you're in a HR department and you're trying to track progress of groups through your organisation. Then you're kind of getting into the identifiable, well, we know who the gay person on that team is, or we know who the disabled person on that team is. That is a different, that is development and stuff. Sorry. So, there's lots of different types of data you can collect, there's different uses for it. But I would say that whatever kind of data you get your hands on is useful. And when we collect it, it's separated from the person's application. So it's not connected to that person's application again, it's disaggregated. We want to see people with disabilities, how they're faring. So only collect data if you're going to use it and tell people what you're going to do with it. And you will always get people who will never tick those boxes no matter what. No matter what. On point of principle, they won't do it. But you should end up with representative enough data to tell you what's going on in those in the groups in your organisation. But you have to do the comms work. You have to explain what you're doing, because why else would people hand it over?
Yeah, and I think that's really key. It's the comms and how you actually communicate that to staff when you're looking for their data. It's also having maybe those signals as well, and showing that it's open, that people can be themselves, they can get that data. But I definitely think anonymity as well is another key kind of point as well, isn't it? Definitely using the data and showing where it's going to. So really, really interesting there. I suppose then to have a quick chat about any example and experiences perhaps that we might have in our different roles, where we have seen data being used successfully to drive DE&I. I would love to have a chat and see if you all had different examples. I know you've shared some as we go through, but there might be others that you might like to share with everyone here today. And would you like to kick us off on the Centre for Diversity side?
I was looking straight ahead so you can see my blanks there. I would say that I'd come back to our Investors in Diversity accreditation mark, which, as I said, is all built on the staff survey and using that data to direct a company or organisation's EDI journey. And I would say that's given us the clearest example of data being used to drive progress and to drive positive change for not just for LGBTQ plus people, but for entire minority communities, for all groups really. We've seen, I think it's about 250 companies that we've accredited so far, and we've only been going for I think 4 years. So in that time, we've just seen kind of EDI as a field grow and mushroom exponentially, and it's continuing. So that's, I'm sorry, I haven't got like specific data points or anything, but yeah, that's kind of the overview of how I've seen data driving change.
I might just take a point on the last question around the data gathering of it. I think it's worth also bearing in mind issues around accuracy, because if people aren't getting free to disclose in the workplace or in other survey data, and we're saying this with the census as well, we have a real worry, particularly my work with the census, is around the accuracy of that data. Are we going to get a fast underreporting? And there's real risk that in some of this data collection that there is huge underreporting about the community, particularly if people don't feel comfortable or there's worries about confidentiality. So I think there's steps that can be taken. So what's the census is hopefully going to go online, so that might help, but also just even like sealing survey forms to be kind of hand matched and then sealed. But there are those real concerns that people have about their confidentiality, and I think there's wider issues, particularly when it's the state. Sometimes there's mistrust, and those legacy issues we mentioned earlier. There's a range of issues that affect the data, and so sometimes you can get a significant underreporting. So it's worth bearing that in mind when you're doing a data analysis or when you're looking at data sets. Is there underreporting here? Is there a reason for the underreporting, and can we try to get to the reason for the underreporting? And I think that's just one worth bearing in mind. In terms of, I think, successful things that companies do, I think there's lots of different things people can do. And listen to your employees about, or your colleagues about what are things they're interested in doing. People often want to have a positive impact in the community, so partnering with one of the charities, supporting their ongoing work. There's endless work that needs to be done in terms of supporting the community, and ourselves in LGBT Ireland, and I know Blanty and Tenny and the other organisations are always open to having companies partner with them as charity partners throughout the year, have people in for training, do some awareness sessions with staff or with colleagues, and then getting some expert advice on particular issues in your sector. And as you mentioned earlier, on your HR policies or your parental leave, are LGBT parents being treated the same as straight parents in terms of adoptive leave or surrogacy leave or different parental leave issues. So I think there's a range of different measures, and it's about doing a bit of everything, doing a bit of the awareness raising, flying the flag, having the fun events, but then also doing that kind of ongoing work and doing some of that deeper work, and just keep it going. I think it's just the key thing is just have events throughout the year and have things happening, and that will have, I think, a sustained impact. Particularly, I think for new employees, people who come in, if you join at a certain point, it's good to have something on the horizon that's coming up in their first quarter of like, this is what our LGBT group is doing this spring. And then also, I often, when I'm looking to do these things, I just copy others. I'm like, I look at other companies and other places and see who's doing this well, and what can we do, what can we learn from them, about what works, and then just, people are often open to sharing their resources or their policies as well, so just reach out and ask them, or reach out to one of the organisations like ourselves, and we'll be happy to help as well on that front.
Yeah, if I could echo that as well, just saying, it's wonderful that we're working in this kind of area of progress, and it's the one area of progress where there's almost no competition. Companies are so eager to help each other because it's the rising tide has lifted all boats. So everyone is completely bought into the worth of what we do here and what we're trying to achieve. So I'm more than happy, with on versus university, seeing the collaboration between them, the conversations that happen, and the sharing of knowledge, and the sharing of insights, and the pointing of ways forward, and overcoming challenges on EDI, all areas of EDI, is so great to see. When we had our first National Diversity Inclusion Awards back in February, so many people commented on the love in the room, and you could see conversations happening around the room, and people kind of congratulating each other, and people asking advice on bits of work that they're doing, and the LGBTQ plus element is no different from all the other areas of diversity inclusion. So, as Gordon said, do speak to your peers, do speak to your competitors about whatever challenges you face, because if they haven't faced it, then they may just be a case that they're not admitting they've faced it. But together you can crack that nut. So yeah, do reach out to people that are out there. They're more than happy to help.
I wasn't for that. I was at the awards. At Hades have gone through our journey from gold to the best of diversity, and it's almost like everyone's in it together. It's not a race per se, which is great to see. And I think definitely from a Hades perspective, and looking at where examples of where data has been successful in driving DNI, a lot of the stuff that we have, the setting up URGs, employee resource groups, such as pride networks, definitely has come from that data. Again, working with organisations like yourself and Centre for Diversity really helps a bit of shape on it in terms of where we need to go, helping us in terms of where we need to go next. Anything from your side?
Yeah, no, I was just thinking of another program, and it's for disabled graduates, and it's the Willing Able and Mentoring program that an organisation called AHEAD run, and they've been for 20 years in replacing interns in both the public sector, but also the private sector. And so every year we get 20 kids who straight out of college, and they have a recognised disability, and we place them in these internships, and they don't make it. They just all of the hiring managers will come to us and go, "Can we not keep them? Is there any way to keep them?" And you can't do that in the civil service. I won't even talk about some of the things you can't do in the civil service, but that is one of them. You can't go from temporary to permanent without coming out of the system and going back through a competition. And so for 20 years we did that. And so then last year, for the first time, we developed a permanent route for those kids. So they do their internship, and then they compete what we call a confined competition. So the 20 people who do the placement compete to stay in the permanent role they're in. 19 of them are now in permanent roles across the civil and public sector. But that was based on anecdotal data from the hiring managers. So data isn't just about counting people. It's and we were hearing it so often. We never surveyed anyone. We just went ahead and said we're going to do this model, and we were going to change this. So if you want to host one of these graduates, there has to be a permanent role for them at the end. If they do well in the placement, then they can go on and whatever. So and we were innovative with departments who wanted to be part of the program, because the calibre of candidates, they all had wham placements over the years, and they want to keep them. And so that is that other type of data, that anecdotal. It doesn't always have to be that hard evidence, whatever. So we changed the model, and again we were inundated, and we're going through the process now. So this is the second year that people will have a permanent route through. Now that is not a model that necessarily works for the LGBT community, but and I'm very wary of people taking one program that works for one group and applying it whole to the other, because it doesn't. Migrants trying to get into the service have a different structural barrier to people with disabilities, to the issues that LGBT, to what women face, etc. And to assume that one size will fit all, I think is a flaw in ED&I. It's really hard work, so people do like to copy and replicate and go, okay, let's see if this works. And lots of it does. But it's just, what I'm saying is that there's data points all around you everywhere. And it doesn't always have to be hardcore scientific represent, like it can be anecdotal, it can be lived experience.
Great. Any final comments from the panel before we out in case anyone in the audience has a question.
I'll just say one thing, that I have great nieces and nephews who are all in their 20s coming out of school, and they all, God, I imagine, want work-life balance, they want jobs that mean something, they want this, that, and the other. So they're all going to be looking at your websites going, what's their gender pay gap? What's their inclusion policy? What kind of events do they run during the year? Is there a community there? Am I going to be able to be myself? Am I going to be able to challenge and progress and this, that, and the other? They're all data savvy, they're all digital natives, they're going to kill us with their chatbot and all this kind of stuff. But that is your future workforce. So some people want to call it virtual signaling, other people kind of, we see it as an attraction strategy. Having that stuff front and centre, we'll provide reasonable accommodations if you need them. We have an inclusive policy. We have flexible workplaces for parents who have to do school runs and things like that. Like, inclusion benefits everyone. And so just bear that in mind. It's the workforce of the future that you're also trying to attract into your organisations with this stuff.
So on that kind of attracting people, I remember a woman telling me once she was saying that she was looking for a college course. And she got self-described as a butch lesbian. She said she went through the website of a particular course she was going to apply for and looked to see all the photos of people on the course. And she said, was there somebody who looked like her? And she didn't see someone. She was like, so I didn't apply. Because there wasn't somebody who looked like her on the website. So that does matter. And it impacted which course she decided to do, what career path she went down. And so I think those visual pieces can have a huge impact on people. I suppose the other final point is just to say, I think well done to all of you. I think many of you are involved in many things we're discussing. You're probably involved in ERGs in your workplace. You're probably involved in HR policy. So, and you turn up to events like this to learn more. So just a shout out to all of you for taking the time to come along, to listen, to learn, and for your ongoing work, because I know many of you are doing this all year round anyway. So just say thank you for that and for supporting the community throughout the years.
Perfect. We have a few minutes left. Anyone have any questions? I'll have to shout if there are any mics. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I have two questions. The gentleman on the end, to yourself, when you talk about the policy, you're saying the LGBT policies, are all the same in each company, and if they don't have the policy, then the culture is not there. So people are going to feel comfortable. So can companies make people feel comfortable and avoid LGBT without having actual policies in place?
Yeah, like I think the two go together. I think it's you have to, by making people more comfortable, you can make people more comfortable by having the policies and having policies in place and make people feel more comfortable. So I think it's kind of a two-way process, and you can make people more comfortable without having the policies in place, and you can have policies in place and people can feel uncomfortable. So it is a tricky one, but I think you need to do a bit of both. You need to have those kind of like HR policies that when somebody starts, they get their employee handbook and there's references to LGBT and inclusion and diversity in there, or somebody goes to HR with a question, and somebody's briefed and can answer it. But then you also have to have the ongoing kind of cultural piece that happens. Make a kind of comfortable culture that's accepting, it's diverse, where people feel like they can come out of work and can be their true selves. So it's a bit of both, and it's a back and forth thing. I would say.
Sorry, and the second question to Siobhan regarding disability. And a lot of people with disability would be reluctant, including in the deaf community, to out themselves as having a disability. And because you often go into workplaces and you are the only deaf person in the workplace, and it can be very difficult to communicate, and you don't want to be labelled because you've already had that lived experience. So that would be another reason why people wouldn't out themselves as having a disability.
I totally understand that. The only reason we ask about disability is so that we can help people have a more equitable experience as they go through our assessment processes. Like if you're dyslexic or you're divergent, maybe you need time and a half to complete that online assessment test. If you have issues with communication and eye contact and things like that, we need to tell the interviewer why you're not looking them in the eye. So that is why we do it, but I totally understand why people would be reluctant to do it. And we have people who have had careers and jobs up until this point where nobody asked them to have a disability and no accommodations were made.
and they still nailed it in the workplace. So they come into us thinking, you know, okay, well I don't need to because in my last job we were fine. And so I get that. And so we know that there are much more people in the civil and public sector with disabilities than who have to care. Because our lived experience again is sort of, it's not relevant, it doesn't impact on my ability to do the job, and that's fine. We've also had candidates, you know, visually impaired and seeing eye dogs turn up to their new job and no one knew they were coming with a dog. And it's so that we can give people the best start in that role, and their hiring managers know that they need assistive technology, or they need to be not in a customer-facing role because they have anxiety or whatever. Like that is why, but we are countering the lived experience of people with that request. And when you have that intersectional lived experience, you are totally on board. You are looking for all of the markers and all of the signals that you have spent your whole life picking up to see if it's going to be replicated in that workplace and stuff. And your lived experience again will tell you how to get through it and how to manage. So I totally understand that people don't share that disability. We're just asking so we can help.
On the first question, I wanted to add, not having policies is all very well and fine. You know, we can all go along and all be happy families until there's a problem. And when there's a problem, you need those policies to fall back on and to be able to quote text and verse and to deal with it. And also having policies ensures that everybody's treated equitably and the same. To the second question, in a similar vein, we're always, in kind of the talks that we do to a lot of students about equality and diversity in the workplace. And invariably, the black students will always say, do I have to change the name on my CV so I'm not targeted or not excluded? And I always say to people, no, don't change who you are, because you are who you are. And if the company isn't willing to accept you without having to code shift and hide who you are, then is that a company you really want to be working for? And it's kind of as simple as that. So that circles back to the self-declaration, what Siobhan was saying about those questions being asked to provide support to our businesses to thrive. That's, I think, it's an important point to make.
I will say, if you don't have policies, what you have is bias. And everybody has bias. And anyone who tells you they don't have bias is something on. So, and you see it a lot in the tech startups and those young companies where they don't have a HR function yet, or they're just winging it. And it's fine when there's 5, and it's fine when there's 10, and they all look the same, they all think the same. And it gets bigger, and it gets more diverse. And all of a sudden, the assumptions of the 5 tech guys who started this actually isn't the same for the woman on reception or for the guy in facilities management or whatever. And so if you don't have those transparent policies, you just end up with people winging it and assuming that their lived experience is the same as everybody else's in the office. So that's a disaster.
Well, I think we're coming to the end of our time. So,
There's
there a couple more? Oh, we'll be trying to make this. We'll pause our copies for a moment. Would you like to?
Hi, Sean from an insurance group called Adora. And my question is for Siobhan. Siobhan, if I understood correctly, did you say you're in the process of bringing out a specific policy for LGBT? Okay, so I understood correctly. So my question is then, why are you bringing out a specific standalone policy as opposed to integrating into existing policies? I'm just wondering what the...
Yeah, no, we do have lots of dignity at work policies and all of those which apply to everyone. And the policy that we have is around gender orientation and expression. So it's to support people who might be transitioning in the workplace. That is a very specific issue that people go through, and we need to give guidance and advice to our staff on how to support people. So the focus is kind of more on that than you are LGBT, so this is what applies to you. This is more like around gender expression, around gender orientation, these are our commitments to you. We're going to make sure that our staff are fully trained and that they're fully aware. And there's also some specific issues that people need to be aware of if a colleague does want to transition or is, struggling with their gender identity or whatever it is, that our staff may have no lived experience of at all in their own life. So it's in addition to the rest of the policies that all apply across the board in terms of dignity, respect, conduct, behaviour, all of that to everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sasha from Wireless in Ireland. I just had a question around the staff networks, which I think are just so beneficial. How can we better support, though, I hate when the weight of responsibility then falls on those staff networks, and that becomes like a difficult thing for them to kind of to carry throughout the year and have all those different kinds of events. How do you kind of help support that weight of responsibility falling within those staff networks and keep them as a place that's really beneficial for them and not necessarily something that becomes a more difficult part of their job?
Well, like I've seen staff networks where they unionise strategies for organisations because they're all the minorities, they're all the ones who know. So we'll get them to do HR's job, which is not what staff networks are about. HR needs to draft that policy and use that staff network to consult and say, have we left anything out? Did we get anything wrong? Should we be, thinking about some other issue with incidents? Like you see that all the time. I also see staff networks that people don't get time off to do, that aren't resourced, even if it's $5 grand, so they can run their Pride event or they can run their Black History Month again. I see staff networks that have no senior leadership. So all staff networks, say City Hall, they all had deputy mayors and then an executive, who was a sponsor for the staff network. So you have to set them up properly and you have to resource them properly and then you have to consult and consider what they say. If you are, we go to all the staff networks or various policies and we get different feedback from the women's network to the Black and ethnic minority one to the LGBT one. So that is what a staff network is for. It's not for them to do HR's job. It's not for them to run Pride events. So you can change your logo and go, we're Pride friendly, when it's your LGBT network that's doing it all with no support and no whatever. So there's good ways to set up staff networks and there's bad ways. And I can tell you those staff networks are happening in your organisation anyway. People with lived experiences are finding each other and they're discussing your staff policies anyway. So why not harness it?
Can always rely on Siobhan for mic drops.
Any other questions before we finish up?
My name is Olga. I'm from Free Russian Ireland. We are a political organization, national organization. And I want to ask a question, maybe is it possible to help these LGBTQ rights in countries that don't want to provide these rights? Maybe some information sources, to make some information sources, because in Russia there is a new laws against the community every month, and we see it and we don't know what to do with it because government do it, and I see in a society that people see that this is a new laws and they see maybe government know something about LGBTQ. Maybe they really can make harm to our society, so they start to make jokes about LGBTQ. Some rude jokes, and I see it even in Moscow when it's not so bad like in the little towns. And if I see it in Moscow, I understand that in the little towns, that people really in danger. What can we do, or maybe somebody do with this problem in such countries? So it's.
Yeah, it's tough. But I think there's definitely things that can be done. I think supporting the organisations on the ground can be a really good way to do that. I know in a Russian context, there's an LGBT network of Russian organisations that support LGBT people. It's maybe hosting a small fundraiser that can be money can be given to some of the small organisations on the ground who do the human rights defending and can support them in those ways. There's also pan-European efforts in LGBT Ireland and other organisations. We're members of ILGA Europe, which is an organisation that spans Europe and Central Asia, 500 different LGBT organisations, and we come together once a year, but we support each other and we network. But there's ways of connecting into those kind of wider networks that are across the continent that do this work at a European or UN level to call some of this stuff out. And then I suppose in terms of if your company has an office in these locations, there is also things you can do. I've seen companies who will do they'll do their meetings online so that the employees in those in offices maybe in Russia or other places can join via Zoom or join online meetings so they can connect with LGBT people in places where they're freer to be open and out and do so in a safe way. So there's ways in which the company can connect in with their LGBT boys and make a safe space for them to connect and join the community, even if it's just virtually. But it's definitely the global context is tough, and in some places getting worse. And we've seen this African context as well. We've seen the bill passed in Uganda only a couple of weeks ago. So there is a lot of work to be done at a global level to achieve LGBTQ equality, and we're at the forefront of that here. But there is a lot of work to do it in other countries. So that, yeah, I guess being mindful and thinking how do you reach those people in ways that is safe and that's work with them, I think.
Okay, but this is very difficult to do it inside a country because there is a law about LGBTQ propaganda. So if you just say that you can that you want to make a community, you will go to jail. So this is only one way to make it from such organization abroad. So this only this difficult situation.
There are activists, though. I think in every country, even one of the most oppressive regimes, there are activists on the ground who are challenging and who need support. And in every country, we have connections throughout the world of people who are campaigning in all of those countries. But there are ways to do it from here to challenge systems. So one of the things we're working on is trying to convince the Ukrainian government to have civil partnerships and there's a bill in their parliament. So we're going to write, one of my actions this afternoon is to write to the ambassador here, to ask the Ukrainian ambassador to support the bill that's before their parliament to pass civil unions. So you can do that through diplomatic networks, by contacting embassies, or through the kind of UN systems as well. That can sometimes put force on government from outside, and there is external pressure that can be put on different governments to change the policies. It worked for a long time in Uganda. I lived in Uganda in 2012, and there was a Kill-the-Gate bill before Parliament, and the international community put incredible pressure on President Museveni not to sign the bill, and Parliament kept passing the bill, but the President refused to sign it, and it happened a number of times until recently, until the President signed the bill. But that campaign went on for over 10 years of putting international pressure to say, don't sign the bill, we won't support, well, yeah, your country will lose standing internationally, it will lose support, businesses will leave, and that pressure does work on some regimes to a point. And yeah, and then at that point, it's doing the multiple pronged approach, I think, as well. It is the people on the ground, and it is international pressure, and it is those pan-country organizations or international organizations that can support. So it is tough, but I think we need to just hold the line and say we're not taking a single step back, and we continue to fight, and we're going to continue progressing for LGBT rights for the rest of our lives.
One step forward. Very much. I think we'll wrap up now. We're a few minutes over. Thank you so much to the panel. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everyone's time. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Corey. I'd love to use the microphones. Hopefully we'll get that sorted. Sometimes just having a break, so we'll be back for 10:45 with teas, coffees, cookies, and session. And then we're going to robust policies that support and promote diversity and inclusion in the workplace. Our panel is made up of Emma Philly from Mars Ireland, and also one of the voluntary director trustees of Dublin LGBTQ Pride, Ashley Playford, policy and advocacy manager of the Rainbow Project in Northern Ireland, and Ruan O'Creadon, the executive director of Shout Out. Over to you, Beth.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this session. We're really very much looking forward to it. I thought we might just kick off with some quick introductions, and I'll hand over to Rowan and Aisling to let us know a bit more about themselves and also the organisations that they're working with.
Thanks very much. My name is Ruan O'Creadon. My pronouns are he and him. I'm the Executive Director of Shout Out. We deliver LGBT inclusive education primarily in secondary schools across Ireland. And we also work with workplaces of all kinds to deliver LGBT education, training, workshops, and to work on policies as well around LGBT inclusion and trans non-binary inclusion within the workplace. So we offer a range of workshops around LGBT terminology, workshops for parents and guardians, as well as workshops for human resources and leadership teams as well.
Hello, my name is Ashley Playford. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Policy and Advocacy Manager for the Rainbow Project in Northern Ireland. We're an LGBTQI organisation that works to support the health and well-being of members of our community. We provide a whole range of different services. I'm not going to bore you with all of those today. I've got some booklets, but our key services that we provide is sexual health, mental health support, advocacy support. We also provide professional development and training and policy development with our partners in Stonewall in the Diversity Champions program that we run. So there's a whole range of different things that we do. And we've been in operation in Northern Ireland for about 30 years.
Brilliant, thank you. And I'm Emma, and as Jed said in the introduction, I'm a board member of Pride, proud board member of Pride. And in my day job, I'm in an inclusion and diversity role globally for Mars. People make the really nice chocolate. So that's me. So let's just kick off with an easy question. Why, and Aisling, I might go to you, because you have the mic ready. Why is it important that we write LGBTQ plus inclusive policy?
I think it's really important that we create workspaces that are safe, inclusive, and are welcoming for members of our community. For many, many years, we have experienced discrimination in terms of homosexuality being classed as a criminal offence. Our trans and non-binary individuals have been classed as someone who had a mental health disorder. So we have experienced just discrimination and harassment on many, many levels when it came to society. And often we find that that would have an impact on people's equality of opportunity to go into employment, to go into education. So we need to really tackle that and address that. And our research has shown that invisibility and isolation are huge issues for our community. And even though that we're celebrating 40 years since decriminalisation, 30 years obviously here, those still have an impact on us. And that still has an impact on our organisations, on our workplaces. So it's really, really important that we reflect on that and that we try to put steps in place to make sure that we are welcoming and inclusive, and also recognise the intersectionality of us. We are not one all collective. We are trans, we are non-binary, we are black, we are Asian, we are Chinese, we are living with chronic disease. You know, there's a multi-level to that, so I think it's really important that we reflect on that and create a workspace that allows people to celebrate and recognise all of that.
I think it's really important for creating a sense of psychological safety, which is something we're talking about a little bit more in the context of the workplace for LGBT plus people. I think knowing confidently that your workplace has a policy and actions a policy that is inclusive of you in whatever aspect of kind of person, LGBT identity you might hold, gives you a little bit of confidence in moving into that workplace. So for many LGBT plus people, they'll go back into the closet going into their first job, where they may have been out of the closet, they may have been open about being LGBT plus in university or in education. They'll go back into the closet out of fear that they may not be in an inclusive workplace, which is not something I think that anyone here wants to hear, even as a suggestion or even as a prospect that their workplace might be that kind of atmosphere. But for a junior or for a new employee, that fear is always there. And that fear is higher if you're trans, if you're non-binary, or if you're intersex. And that's where policy can step in and can reinforce what's already protected by local laws and by local legislation. And it can go one step beyond. So, for example, in Ireland, we don't have clarity under the gender ground in our anti-discrimination laws around how it protects trans and non-binary people. It's understood as protecting trans and non-binary people from discrimination, but there's clarity needed there. And your workplace can offer that clarity internally. We also don't have protection for intersex people under a sex characteristics ground. And your workplace can maybe add to that by offering those protections internally and by letting intersex people know that they won't face discrimination or that any discrimination on the basis of their identity won't be tolerated. So again, you're maybe offering that bit more safety and that bit more protection for those who might be most at risk even within the LGBT plus community, or those who might be least confident being out and being open and bringing their full selves to work.
And to build on that, what is the benefit to employers of doing it? If the benefits to the individuals is clear, those protections and those safeguards, how would you articulate the benefit to the employers as well?
One of the big benefits is the attraction and retention of staff. Somebody talked about it in the earlier session about losing staff by not having these policies in place, by not showing allyship and visibility and engagement around these issues. So that's a huge issue, that you would lose the talent. We know that there are many, many young Irish people, young queer Irish people who leave these shores and have left these shores because they haven't found workplaces or spaces where they can truly be themselves. So that's something as well. A really positive outcome for businesses, and I'm assuming some of the audience here are big organisations, is the branding that comes with that positive aspect of branding. If you are creating a workspace that's inclusive and welcoming for your LGBTQI people, you're creating brand ambassadors for your organisation. Your consumers are clued in to these issues. They want to see organisations implementing these policies. We talked about, changing your logo during Pride Month is brilliant, but what are you doing throughout the rest of the year? And I know organisations that I've worked with who do that. It makes a huge impact. So funding of LGBT organisations, training your staff, these all have really positive impacts for your consumers and for your customers. And I think that's something to be welcomed, and you should almost be trying to pull that in as much as you can, because it will only benefit your organisation, whether it's in a public sector or in the private sector. It's going to see a real impact on your business and on your workplace going forward.
I think as well it can help reinforce that inclusive culture that you are working towards. It's a way of developing skills in your management as well. If your management have access to those policies and learn how to work those policies and learn how to support their teams through those policies, they'll be better managers and they'll be better placed to support individuals who need them most. I think as well, when we talk about retention, traditionally a lot of trans and non-binary people might have felt that they would have to change jobs or leave a workplace in the process of their transition because they might not have felt comfortable or safe to make those changes in a particular job or in a particular workplace. So if you have a strong transition policy or gender identity and expression policy in place, you're much more likely to retain an employee who will trust your workplace more, they'll trust their manager more, they'll trust HR more if they've been supported through that process. And they'll be thankful, not that they should have to be thankful or have to be grateful, but they'll be thankful for the support that they did receive, especially if that support goes as far as things like inclusive insurance providers. If you have those benefits in the workplace, the support that they can offer to a trans person who might need to access medical transition can be huge. And a lot of Irish insurance providers are offering that support now. And a lot of trans and non-binary people who may currently be looking for work don't necessarily know where they can access that within a particular workplace. It should be the last thing that an employee has to think about in terms of their transition, the workplace change that they have to make. The last thing that anyone transitioning should have to think about is how their email address is going to get changed. they've got other things on their minds. So you could take a huge burden off your employees and allow them to be themselves, be much happier in their work by just having these policies in place and by reviewing them as well, and by making sure that everyone understands how they work.
And I think all of those things you just described, you know, at the end of the day, lead to performance. If someone is hiding part of themselves, tense about what people are about to find out about them, tense about how they're going to approach the coming out or the transition, they're not giving their all to the job, right? So at the very core, there's a benefit to companies just in terms of getting performance out of that talent, as well as retaining them, as well as attracting them in the first place.
And it's creating that kind of wraparound for your members of staff though. So you say the research is there. We know when people are able to be their full self in the workplace, productivity levels increase. We see their engagement with other work within the organisation increase as well. But by showing that commitment and that constant review of policies and procedures really does make an impact. And again, it's not just a one-off thing. If you send a survey out once a year, it's about, okay, we've looked at that, and this is what we're going to do. This is the action that we're going to take from that. This is how we as an organisation have reflected on what you have told us, and this is what we're going to do to implement that going forward. And I think picking up on in terms of people in jobs is seeing the policies, but your websites and your literature and your resources are your shopfront essentially. So if you have employees who are having to apply through your websites and you don't have the options in terms of sexual orientation or gender identity, that might stop a possible candidate from going any further. If they don't see non-binary listed, they may just go, well, this isn't the place for me. If they're looking through your policies and they can't find one single reference to LGBTQIA, that might be the roadblock for them to say, well, this isn't the organisation for me.
So let's get into the nuts and bolts of it. How do we do it well? How do companies write good, inclusive policy?
I think there needs to be extensive consultation internally. And I think that needs to happen with everyone across the company, but particularly those who will be most affected. And that was spoken about a little bit in the last session, this idea that you do have an ERG and people who will be affected by these policies or who are currently affected by these policies are speaking about them. I think there does also need to be a little bit of soul searching around maybe what hasn't worked in it. So where people haven't trusted a policy, where people have been let down by failures in policy. It does offer a bit of accountability and it offers a bit of confidence to marginalised communities who might not otherwise have that in their employer. I think training which is maybe part of kind of creating a dialogue rather than training which is just kind of given to people as a presentation, but training where there is conversation around it and training where people get to feel kind of included in the issue, feel educated in the issue, respond to the issue in a positive way, might get ahead of any negativity or toxicity that might arise. We've done a lot of work recently in higher education around gender identity and expression training, and some of the conversations have been really challenging because of the climate that we're living in now around these issues. Some of the conversations have faced pushback, and there has been pushback towards LGBT initiatives and pride initiatives on campuses. But because those conversations have happened and because those opinions have been heard, responded to, because everyone has had a chance to challenge negativity or discrimination, people feel that bit more empowered to do it in their day-to-day. People might have heard transphobic attitudes in some of these conversations, they might have heard real negativity in some of these conversations. So now when they see it on campus or when they see it in their colleagues, they feel empowered as allies to stand up and use the education that they've received and defend the policy and support those who might need that defence. Because if a trans non-binary person has to use the policy, benefit from the policy, and then keep standing up for themselves, they'll be exalted. So that's where allies are really beneficial in actioning these policies as well.
Yeah, I think it's really, really important to look at your policies. Like it was raised in the earlier session, you may not officially have a staff network, but that staff work does exist. Our own research in Northern Ireland showed that nearly 70% of LGBTQI people knew other LGBTQI people in their workplace. So those conversations are happening. It's about that two-way conversation between your employees and the organisation, that that's a continual thing, that it isn't just a one-off, let's do it for Pride Month and then you hear nothing of it ever again. It's about having that conversation, giving ownership back to your employees, but not putting the burden on those employees to do all the heavy lifting. This is where senior managers, managing directors, marketing, HR can all come in and play their part. The one thing to take on board is that you're not going to solve everything overnight. This takes a process, this takes time, this takes discussion, this takes review, reflect, release. It takes time. Rome wasn't built in a day, as the saying goes, but it's true. But the also important thing for you to do as organisations is look to your peers, look to other people in your sector, speak to LGBT organisations like ourselves in the Rainbow Project, LGBT Ireland, Shout Out, who are doing this work, who have gone in and assisted other organisations with reviewing their policies. Ask them, join professional networks. For example, in Northern Ireland, we have the Diversity Champions, where we have large organisations like Citibank and Allstate and the Northern Ireland Civil Service, who are all working in partnership to share that good practice, to share that policy. And I laughed at Padraig's comment earlier on, and sometimes copy and paste is okay. Copy and paste is okay, and it's about reflecting and being in the room. But when things go wrong, it's okay to hold your hand up and say, we got it wrong. We got it wrong. But this is what we're going to do to make a change. This is what we're going to do to implement things. And again, for you all to have a look at your policies and reflect on them internally. Don't expect just the LGBTQI members of staff to look at it all. But if you see a problem, make other members of staff aware about it who are working in those policy aspects to say, actually, that doesn't really fit right with me. Are we sure that's in line with current legislation? And the advice and support is out there. And don't be afraid to ask for it. But again, don't expect, and I know I'm very guilty of it. I want to see action. I want to see, right, we've got a problem. I want to solve it as quickly as I can. But sometimes those need conversations. And sometimes those conversations can be difficult. So for example, in terms of policy, when I look at policy reform and legislation, I reflect on the Love Equality campaign in Northern Ireland. That took 8 years of conversations. That took 8 years of going into rooms with politicians who were opposed to marriage equality here. We were behind on these islands. We had it in the south, but we didn't have it in the north. And it took time to have conversations, to look at policies, to look at good practice, to say, here's examples of where it has gone right. And again, that's some of the policies in regards to gender recognition. Examples in the south are helping us to frame those conversations that we're having in the north around self-ID, around the recognition of non-binary identities. So it's okay, and it will take time, and that's okay. And it's better to take that time than rush something through and it be wrong and actually cause harm to individuals. Sorry, I'm going to stop talking, I keep ranting on.
If I were to build on that as well, I would say don't stop at the policy, because it can take an awful lot of work to write the policy, to get everybody on board with the policy. But I had the experience recently where we reached out to our employee networks around Europe and we said, if we were going to do a big piece of policy work, where would you want us to focus? And they came back with their list, and then we showed them the existing policies against their list, and they're like, oh, they're fine. They're inclusive enough. That's exactly what we wanted you to do. So now the work has become, how come nobody knows we have those policies? How come we haven't enacted that? What is the training that needs to be put in place? What are the practices that need to be put in place? What's the comms that needs to be put in place to make sure that managers, senior managers, line managers, people leaders, and individuals recognize that it's available to them? Because it's not enough to have the policy, to have that follow through on the policy is where actually the difference gets made. So having spoken a bit about how we do it well, what are the risks, what are the pitfalls? How do we do it badly? What do we need to avoid?
Nobody wants to be a guinea pig for a policy. Don't build a policy, and look, sometimes it can be avoided, but don't build a policy around a person who needs it, or don't build a policy around an incident that's happened. Try and learn from your colleagues in international offices. If you're working in a company that has offices in the US, the UK, try and talk to them about what they're facing. And it's interesting as well, because they might be operating in a different legislative and cultural context, and you might be able to share things and kind of learn from each other even within that context. Again, particularly maybe if you're working with offices in certain states in the US, their policies might be operating in the context of a really challenging legislative situation. So they might be really fearful about how their employees will be affected, even though they may be protected by certain policies. So nobody wants to be a guinea pig if it can be avoided. If it is the case that, for example, say someone has made a complaint around discrimination, and they're the first person to make that sort of complaint, or the first person to action the policy all the way through, make sure that they are as protected as possible. So if you have a complaints procedure around discrimination, it needs to be really robust and it needs to be really safe so that nobody faces victimization as a kind of process of that complaint, or as a means of taking that complaint. Because if that does happen, if that's something that's spoken about as having happened in the past, or something that's suggested as may have happened in the past, or that may happen as a result of a particular complaint, then your workplace isn't safe and isn't inclusive. So again, that's something that needs to happen across various conversations, across surveying. It ties into the data piece that was spoken about in the last session, to make sure that policies can operate with trust, and to make sure that policies are future-proofed as much as possible. And that's where review and constant consultation comes into play as well.
I was trying to think of an example of an international scale of where it can go wrong and can go wrong badly. And the only thing that can pop into my head is Florida. Florida is an example of where anti-LGBT legislation and actions is having a huge impact on a state level. We are seeing talented, wonderful people leaving Florida because they don't feel safe or welcomed anymore. You have, this is affecting all levels, from employment to education to healthcare, where things are going wrong and these laws and these policies are being forced through and not actually reflecting on the true thing. But we have organisations, and although they're not the best, Disney, are standing up and saying, actually, no, we're an LGBT, we're going to celebrate Pride and different things like that, and try to push back a little bit. And that shows the power of organisations to do that, to stand up. You have, and you talked about those global organisations that are maybe in states where it may not be LGBTQI inclusive, but they have an opportunity to work with their staff who are there. I did a piece of work with Fintru, who are in Portugal and Norway and America and a whole round of different places. And I had managers from all across their different offices coming for that training. And it's so important for organisations to push back where things have gone wrong. To talk about a more localised kind of issue, I worked with a health trust in the north who were really, really keen. They wanted to get this LGBT handbook out as quickly as possible. They wanted it for Belfast Pride, and it was going to be how they're going to support clients right across their service. And they rushed and they rushed and they rushed and they rushed. 2 years on, it's still not done. Because they rushed it out and there were so many mistakes in it. There was inappropriate cartoons that were in place in it. And it took us then having to go back, and they rushed it out to consultation and then had to deal with this whole pylon of anti-trans commentary, which didn't help us at all in the whole process. And that's where an issue where something that could have been hugely beneficial for people accessing healthcare in Northern Ireland is still further delayed by an organisation trying to rush it through and not listen to us as organisations, saying, actually, chill, just chill, let's reflect on what we have, review, reflect, and then we'll go to release. So that's been one issue where we have seen organisations just being over enthusiastic and it actually coming back to bite them on that front.
Very good. And for the people who are here, What are the areas of policy you think companies should be looking at the moment? If we think about the fact that the landscape is changing, there's maybe new threats, there's new language, there's new policy and legislation coming in place. If you were advising companies today on an area of focus or a practice area of focus, what are the ones that would be top of mind for you?
I think the intersectionality piece is really vital. So even if we look beyond, if say you maybe have LGBT inclusive policies, and if you have transition policies in place that are well developed and that you're confident in, what can you move on to next? Or what did you maybe learn about how you can support other communities through the work that you were doing on that policy? I think that Ireland in particular is a little bit behind in terms of policies around supporting disabled employees, accessible policy. And I think that that's maybe where we have an opportunity to learn from the UK in particular UK Gov. A lot of their web design, a lot of their communications are quite forward thinking in terms of accessible policy. And I think that that can be something that can be learned about in every sector. There's opportunities in the legal sector, financial sector for more inclusive and accessible product design and product function. And I think that that's somewhere where Ireland needs to maybe move forward a little bit, because also the thing with accessible policy and accessible designs and inclusive policies for disabled employees is that they will also benefit other employees who might be at risk of marginalisation. So accessible policies, accessible facilities will also benefit trans and non-binary individuals, they'll benefit people who might be across the spectrum of kind of different identities and diversity of identities. There's also, for example, might be more likelihood that somebody who is LGBT plus might be neurodivergent, so they might mutually benefit from both of those policies. I think, as you mentioned as well, the climate is changing. There needs to be protection from employees who may be working in particular offices or particular businesses that might be at risk of targeting at the moment. Unfortunately, many of the companies that are operating in Dublin and Ireland might be at risk of targeting from some of the groups who are acting against LGBT equality. And I think you need to be really conscious of what your safety plans are in place for those employees, and also what the aftercare is. We worked with companies who may have been operating in the context of some really difficult political decisions in the US. Their trust and safety or their policies might have been affected by issues around Trump or particular court cases in the US, and their employees were really harmfully affected or really negatively affected by actions that company may have been forced to take or actions that company may have taken in the context of the political situation in the US or elsewhere. That also may be an issue for companies in the UK who may be affected by some of the change in context around gender and around trans rights within the UK as well. So it's also worth thinking about how your employees may be struggling to reconcile what your company may be doing or what your company may be forced to do in the context of particular conversations, and thinking about what it means for you to be accountable to your employees in that context, where employees have a chance to share their concerns and to offer feedback. I think that's going to be something that's really important in the context of the quite nasty political climate that we're heading into at the moment.
And again, just following on from that, particularly in Ireland and in Northern Ireland, we have seen that growing spread of anti-trans and anti-non-binary narrative and discourse in Northern Ireland. It would be looking to your policies to make sure that you're putting things in place in terms of equality legislation, that you're up to date with that you're reflecting, that you're perhaps going a little bit further than that in regards to that. But making sure that you're in line with that, and when there are issues, that you're making sure that you're putting things in place to safeguard your employees as well, in terms of health and well-being, engagement with LGBTQI organisations, and like they said, we're facing an awful lot of pressure as well. In Northern Ireland, we have had a bomb scare, we've had threatened phone calls, we've had legal threats, and a whole range of different things. So there's a lot of pressure on us as well, and to be reflective that, you know, some of us are quite small organisations, so we're not going to solve all of your problems, but certainly it's looking to your policies, making sure that they're online, advising and supporting. If you have, you know, offices around the world, how can you reach out to those offices to provide support as well for employees in those destinations?
And I think in that environment, how do we
make sure that the LGBTQ community
isn't doing it on their own for themselves?
I think it's really important that you stand with us, you stand for us, and you speak up as well. I think it's hugely important because organisations and larger organisations move in environments and in sectors that we cannot reach. And there are difficulties with us trying to break into those conversations. So it's important, and I reflect back on Love Equality, where we had businesses for Love Equality. That made a huge difference for us because it was big organisations and medium organisations that were coming in and actually saying, this matters to us, this matters to Northern Ireland, we want to see this implemented, and not only supported us by sharing our information, by talking about it, but funding the campaigns to go forward, and it really made a huge difference to us and to our campaign.
I think as well, it's important that senior management take a role in kind of driving the work forward and in supporting and endorsing the work around bringing on colleagues at their level, but also teams right across the company, and that they don't see that as a checkbox exercise, but they see it as maybe something that engages their own passion as allies or as members of the LGBT community, and something, again, that gives them an opportunity to develop themselves, not just as managers or as management, but as people, that they get to work with a community that they might not otherwise have been able to support, and that they get to enact some positive change in their workplace outside of their day-to-day work. And we've seen some really nice examples of that. We've seen VPs or senior managers who got involved in supporting a particular ERG just because they knew it was the right thing to do, or because they were connected to the community on a personal level. And we worked with one company that was a major kind of food manufacturer, and had offices in Ireland and the US, and one of their most senior management was from a very kind of typical agricultural background. It was not something you'd ever spoken about in the context of the workplace before, but it was in the context of LGBT trainings and conversations around pride. He came on at the end of the call and just spoke about why it mattered for him to be doing this work in the context of his company, and that was because his son was gay. And it wasn't something that he'd spoken about in the context of the workplace before, but it was something that went a really long way. We've had really valuable conversations like that as well with companies like Indeed, where management across the company have come on to speak about their family, to speak about their kids, to speak about what they've learned about the LGBT community from their own family. And sometimes that can maybe look a little bit virtue signally or a little bit tokenistic, but you can tell when it's authentic and you can tell when it's meaningful, because sometimes those in senior management won't necessarily feel comfortable getting that personal with their teams or getting that personal across the company. So where someone does have the confidence to share and also knows the impact that it can have, and I think we maybe as ERGs or HR or managers have a responsibility to communicate to senior management how important that can be and how effective that can be. I think it actually does connect with people on a particular level, especially as well understanding the role of kind of parents and families in workplaces around driving forward LGBT inclusion. The people we speak to in workshops in workplaces who are most engaged a lot of the time on LGBT issues and conversations are those who have kids who maybe are LGBT+, maybe they think might be LGBT+, or kids who they want to connect to so that their kids won't be bullies and so their kids will be allies to the community. Because parents are really concerned that their kids will be affected by the conversations that are happening right now. They're concerned that their kids will be susceptible to homophobia or to transphobia, that their kids will be susceptible to those attitudes, and they want to know how they can have an impact in their homes. And I think that's, again, somewhere where workplaces can be a positive space for that conversation and that support.
I see a lot of senior leaders that really struggle to have some of those conversations. They're afraid they're going to get it wrong. They're afraid they're going to use the wrong pronouns or the wrong language. I remember early in my inclusion and diversity career being asked to talk in South Africa about diversity. And I thought, oh, I'm going to go to the country with one of the most rich histories on the topic of diversity. And I was really very nervous. And I think I just said up front, I'm really very nervous and I'm going to get something wrong. And when I get something wrong, I want you to stop me and tell me I got it wrong. But no, it's coming from a really good place. And I sometimes give that coaching to senior leaders now to say, open up with, I know I'm going to get it wrong, but I'm coming from a really good place. And I want you to teach me and correct me if I get it wrong. Don't feel like you can't stop me. Because it holds them back, I think, a lot. Not being, if they don't have a relationship with the LGBTQ community, they don't have family members, and they want to learn and they want to be allies, they can be really held back by the fear of getting it wrong.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe somewhere where they can take that conversation outside the workplace and take that conversation home and maybe say to their friends or to their family, I have an employee who's going through this and I'm really worried about saying the wrong thing. And chances are a child at home or a family member will tell them to calm down and will tell them not to worry about it and we'll talk them through it. And there's kind of, I've heard a few examples of that. I was on a panel around psychological safety last year and there was a coach on the panel who was saying that he was coaching a senior exec around inclusion, psychological safety, and the senior exec's assistant had come into him and said that she needed to leave early because she had a period and she was uncomfortable and she just needed to get home early because she was in a lot of pain. And he kind of didn't say anything in the moment, but ran into his office to send an email to his coach to be like, what do I do? What do I say? She's had a period, I'm terrified, I'm going to say the wrong thing and I'm going to get called up in front of HR and I'm going to get in so much trouble. And the coach and the assistant both said to him, calm down, what would you say to your partner, to your daughter, to a friend who expressed to you that they were in pain? Calm down, don't freak out because someone is different or because someone is having an experience that is different to you as well. There was a similar thing, there was some guidance from a US handbook about how to support trans employees. And the opening line was, don't panic and make eye contact. Which sounds like advice for calming down a dog who's about to bite you or for kind of getting out of a violent situation. If you're at the stage that you need to be told not to panic and to make eye contact when speaking to trans people, maybe go and speak to some trans people and calm down. Maybe try and get some real world experience before you have to do this in a workplace situation. And maybe again, just try and understand that as much as someone might be different in terms of their identity or someone might be going through a particular challenging thing in the workplace, they are still just people and they can still have a sense of humour and have a joke as much as any other colleague will.
For the Rainbow Project, whenever we do training sessions around sexual orientation and gender identity, I always open with the slide of this is a learning opportunity for everybody in the room. Don't be afraid of language. Don't be afraid of terminology. Don't be afraid of asking me the wrong question or that I might be offended. And I often joke, I do this training with police officers, I do it in youth clubs. I've heard everything that we talk about. Part of our training as well is about reflecting on internal bias as well. And we do a terminology exercise where we get people to think about the LGBT community and language and things like that. And it can be triggering, it can be shocking for people, but we do it because there's reason behind it. It's about reflecting on things, but also trying to take away some of that nervousness around language, that people want to have the opportunity to ask questions, and it's okay to ask questions around things. So that's very much where we come from whenever we go out and do training, and I always put my contact information up at the end and I say, look, I understand coming into a public space, you may not feel comfortable in asking that question, especially with your colleagues or with your peers. Pick up the phone, send me an email. I'll always come back and I'll have that conversation with you. I've gone into rooms with political parties who shall remain anonymous, but you'll all guess who that is in Northern Ireland. But I've gone into those rooms and had those conversations that are sometimes uncomfortable, but I always bring it back to human. We're human beings, we have rights, we are a reality, we are here. And it's about having the space to have those conversations and reflect on their experiences, their views, why they've come to that decision, that there's an element of education and learning for everybody in that situation. And again, in those situations where you've got it wrong, to hold your hand up and say, I got that wrong. I reflect on that, I'm going to improve it. I get things wrong all the time. You know, I'm always talking about pronouns and I open my introduction pronouns. I still mess up sometimes, but that's okay. I say, you know, I'm sorry. I know it's such and such, you know, but call me out on it when I do it and make me aware of it, because that's the only way that we're ever going to improve anything in society is by ignoring it. It's not going to improve anything. Sorry.
And I think it's okay when it's well-intentioned.
Yeah.
It's okay when you authentically are coming across that you're doing your
Absolutely.
best.
And that's one of the lines. The only way you're going to offend me is if you're seeking to offend me by somebody being authentic and kind of asking those questions. And certainly a lot of parents that we work with, the first thing is they want They just want to have those conversations. They just want to be able to ask questions. What can I do? How can I help? If I say this, is it wrong? Things like that. And that's okay.
I also think, there's sometimes I think that happens in these conversations where someone will say the wrong thing and they'll be the kind of, and everyone will talk about it after the fact, but no one will say it to that person so they don't do it again. And I think that can be intimidating if that person is senior to you. But I will also say that that's where it's a more neutral or it's a less live conversation if you're an ally and if you're not in the community itself. So if someone uses the wrong piece of terminology or uses something insensitive or says something wrong, when they're speaking about LGBT issues or they're speaking about a Pride event, you can let them know. And I think we all need to be a little bit braver around that as well. And we all need to be a little bit braver around that kind of awkward conversation of gently letting someone know that they've said the wrong thing, because I think they will appreciate it in the long run. And a good manager or a good boss will definitely appreciate it and won't take it up the wrong way.
Can't agree more. We can't talk about the topic of policy in the workplace without talking a bit more about intersectionality. I think we've touched on it a little bit, but how would you talk about the intersection with other communities when it comes to policy and practice in the workplace?
I'll reflect on that in terms of our own organisation, in terms of intersectionality. We carried out a piece of research in 2021. Over 1,100 responses, over 130 questions. We called it the state of the community, and it was looking at where people were living, what their lived experiences were, experiences of education, employment, housing, sexual health, a whole range of different things. We had less than 3% from Black, Asian, and ethnic minority backgrounds responded to that, and that triggered something for us internally of kind of going, okay. We know that the population in Northern Ireland is much greater than that. Why aren't they engaging with us? What aren't we doing? What is our policies doing? We had one member of staff who was a person of colour. Unfortunately, they left. So again, we were then a primarily white organisation. We were dealing with the legacy of being seen as a male-only organisation as well. So we looked at that and we reflected on that. We then sought out extra bits of funding to go and speak to members of the community to say, actually, what would you like from us? How could we improve our services? How can we improve our policies to make it better for you to be able to access our services? We were then able to create a post specifically around that piece of work. We have a lesbian Syrian woman who's in that post now, delivering and driving on that policy work, helping us as an organisation reflect on that, and helping us then to feed into the wider intersectional work that we're doing in terms of disability, in terms of ethnic minorities, migrant work, sex workers, and a whole range of other issues. So it's been hugely beneficial for us. In Northern Ireland, and I'm speaking with my women's sector hat on now. In terms of the women's sector in Northern Ireland, we are very much, that's how we view our policy work as intersectional. So when we're going into rooms, we're speaking on behalf of women from all backgrounds and from marginalised communities, and it's so important that we drive that forward. And the violence against women and girls strategy that we're working on at the moment, we insisted that there was a paragraph in terms of intersectionality on that. And calling out the big stakeholders such as the police who don't do that work in terms of their own data and policy work to make sure that that was implemented as well. I'm starting to go off tangent now, but it's hugely important for us to reflect on that, where there is voids in our, and we talked about data, where there is voids, why is that? Going to do that research, funding people to go and do that research. And reflecting on that and feeding that back into our work going forward.
Yeah, and I think, kind of as you say, sometimes in the process of trying to do more intersectional work, you'll uncover challenging things about your organisation, and I think that those challenging things, as much as possible, need to be communicated publicly and externally, and goals and targets need to be set around the challenges and around the gaps that you have identified. And there needs to be investment in particular communities who may be especially underrepresented. So if there was no one in your workplace who is representative of the travelling community, or if your workplace is never engaged with the travelling community, There needs to be an understanding around how you can invest in a particular community and how you can do that effectively and not in a way that is tokenistic, but how you can meet people where they're at, how you can ensure that they're safe throughout the entire process of joining or kind of coming to your company, engaging with your company, and how you can ensure that they can stay in the workplace as well. And that's where protection from discrimination comes in, but also around kind of supporting them through career progression, supporting them in challenging contexts with maybe their direct team or with their managers. That's where someone may need and someone may kind of have to receive additional support in order to stay in your company, because again, nobody wants to be the guinea pig. Nobody wants to have to be kind of the first person from a particular background. Some people do, but not a lot of people want to be the first person from a particular background to have to stand up and be the face of the community, because it is exhausting. And if someone does have to do that, chances are they will burn out. Chances are they won't be able to sustain that energy, that pressure, that spotlight, because it does wear people down over time. So be mindful of the asks that you are making with someone who might be from an especially underrepresented background, and how you can support them and how you can build in mechanisms for them to fully develop as well.
And I think if you bring an intersectional lens to policy writing, to comms, to training design, you start to do all of that, right? Because you pick up missed gaps. Was it the NHS who had a policy around IVF that you had to have been trying for a certain amount of time before you could have access to IVF treatment? Well, that excludes a whole population of people who might want to go through IVF treatment. So that was a policy written without an intersectional lens. And I think we have tons of examples of policies that have been written with a single community in mind that actually failed members of that community because they haven't brought into consideration other aspects of that person's identity.
We have the Rainbow Project and the women's sector in Northern Ireland actually had to call out a government department on a piece of research that they thought was so inclusive, but it was totally useless, because under sexual orientation they had listed all these different variants of homosexual, leaning, bisexual, and all these things that totally made the research null and void. It didn't mean anything, and we kind of, it wasn't until the research came out, we were like, where did you get this? Why did you feel that this was useful in terms of data collection? Whereas if they had come to us at an earlier stage, we could have flagged up that that was an issue with the very data collection that they were trying to implement in the first place. So, you know, it's an ongoing process, shall we say. But again, it's about having conversations with organisations. You know, if you don't have that expertise in-house, it's okay to reach out to others and say, can you have a look at our, application forms? Are they accessible for people who may have visual, or are they able to be easy read in terms of their work? You know, is it a PDF? Is it a Word document? Things like that. That's okay to reach out and try and get that additional support. And if it's not from within your own organisation, there are other organisations. So for us, for example, we'd be working with our colleagues in Disability Action or Leonard Cheshire or the Institute for the Blind in Northern Ireland, different organisations like that, where we try and make our services accessible as possible in terms of applications and being able for people to come in and actually access the services that we provide.
Okay, so I think we're about 5 minutes before we're supposed to be wrapping up. So wondering if we go out to the room and see if there's any questions. Yeah.
Hiya. Just to touch on something that you've all kind of touched on during the talk, is around the emotional labour of the work of supporting and being a part of an ERG or an EAG or representative community. And it always seems to be the people in the space doing the work, and the lack of reward and acknowledgement of that, and the sort of pat on the back is great and all the rest of it, but actually the toll of that emotional labour, the lack of recognition and acknowledgement of that labour in the business. Is there a space in policy to action and acknowledge that? And yes, the senior leaders play their massive role, but the actual work that is done so often by the members of the community, and as you know, earlier was mentioned in the earlier talk around the doers of the business, but so often that doing work isn't promotable and isn't rewarded. And is there a space for that?
I think a company that wants to support their ERGs will consider that as a metric for promotion and will consider that as an aspect of promotability, because they are doing so much for the company, they're taking on so much, they're learning so much with that work, they're taking on so much initiative, and they're saving the company so much time and so much money that it has to be rewarded. I think there should also be space for progression within the ERG context, and also for people to develop new people into the ERG and move out when they're ready as well, as you would in any other role, as you would have in so many volunteering positions, as you would have, for example, in a board position. There should be an opportunity for someone to step away from the ERG at a time that is right for them, so that they're not just in there because they feel that they have to be to keep it going or to sustain it, as so many amazing people in ERGs and so many companies and organizations do. There should be an opportunity for them to train up and support people to come into the ERG, and allies within those ERGs as well, because allies can bring huge energy and huge support to an ERG in the work that they're doing. I think as well on the emotional labour piece, companies need to be aware of the external context for which LGBT employees are operating, locally in Ireland or anywhere else where ERGs might be collaborating with American or UK offices. It might be very difficult for a trans employee to get excited about a Pride initiative or a Pride event if they're working in an office where they're not safe or where they're worried that their rights may be taken away at any moment. So again, to understand that and to try and keep offering protections and support to that person, which might look like something, again, a little bit more evolved than maybe 10 free therapy sessions or than a wellness benefit. It might need to go further than that and might need to go beyond that again. So keep having these conversations with your employees. And we have seen in some companies or some organizations where employees may receive different levels of support depending on what role they're doing in the company. And there can sometimes be tiering within particular companies around support, which supports employees can avail of. So be mindful of who is most affected by the work that they're doing and the context in which they're operating, and be mindful of what supports they need and how they change over time as well.
Yeah, just follow on of recognition for the emotional labour and expertise, because there's no better people to lead on this work than people who are living this every day in the workplace and outside of the workplace. So it should go beyond benefits in the workplace, whether that's additional time off, promotion, additional counselling and well-being. But again, it's the recognition of what they are bringing back into the organisation, and the money in terms of saving, in terms of possible lost hours because people are not being safe or welcome, retention of staff, all that kind of good karma that comes from being LGBT inclusive and sharing that work. I always say support and celebrate the members of the staff network, because they are really the ones driving the change in the organisation and should see benefit in doing that work.
And I would add as well that and this probably mostly sits with HR, if you see that a network is doing your job, it means they're filling a vacuum that you're not filling. So step in, listen, consult, take the workload. The workload shouldn't be sitting with people who aren't in the department that should be doing the work. That should be the consultation. So they're filling a vacuum that you're not filling. So step in if you see them doing stuff that you think, oh, hang on a second, I think that's my job. But because you left a vacuum, so step in. Any other questions?
Just a question really on the world stood still for 2 years during the lockdown, and many dreams were coming into this inclusion policy. Do you think that some have pulled out of it after the lockdown because it's too hard for them to restart again? And how could we make up for that loss?
I think that some people have been left behind by the return to in-person everything. I think that especially a lot of disabled communities reported being better able to engage in LGBT events, in LGBT community spaces, in work, at a different range of working. through the kind of online opportunities that the pandemic afforded. And I think there was a pretty quick run away from all of the online events and all the virtual events, where we maybe should have been slower to kind of phase in a hybrid approach, or where we should have been slower to keep and retain some of the lessons that we learned. And I think LGBT organisations and ourselves at Shout Out were maybe a little bit quick to return to in-person events with that as well, and we maybe forgot about those who might have been left behind, who benefited from online events and from accessible events. And there are some good examples of folks even in Dublin and Ireland who have tried to kind of be more inclusive with that approach, and they've kept, say, for example, masked events for those who might be at high risk of COVID or infection. And I think it's also worth bearing in mind that a lot of people moved out of Dublin during COVID and are now struggling with their commutes or now struggling with the return to in-person work. And a lot of LGBT individuals who live outside of Dublin were connected during the pandemic in a way that they weren't. We had a staff member who was based in rural Kerry, and she said that the pandemic was actually the 2 years of her life when she most felt connected to the LGBT community, because she was so isolated before that. So we maybe, now that we've kind of readjusted a little bit, have a moment to take stock on what we did learn and what the benefits were, and think about how we might connect our community again, bearing that in mind.
We saw the exact same during COVID. We were able to reach further into rural areas of Northern Ireland to reach LGBTQI people who had never engaged with us before. And it's a process that we've continued, those kind of online events. We've continued our online counselling. We're providing more rural support in terms of going out, in terms of providing rapid HIV and syphilis testing, satellite networks for people who can't reach those kind of areas. Our BU project, which is our trans and non-binary, they still do hybrid in-person and virtual events and a mixture of both. In terms of organisations and businesses doing that inclusive and diversity work, yeah, it's hard. And again, as I said, don't try and rush it. And there are going to be difficult conversations. And just because it may have paused, doesn't mean that it's a finish. It's a way, if something has paused, let's go back to that. Let's look at that. Let's restart that conversation about that bit of work, because we know that there's value in it. We see that there's value in implementing that. So not being afraid of kind of, I want to use another one, you know, for us who are able to ride a bike, falling off a bike and never getting back on one again. It's getting back on, building up your resilience to know that you're going to make mistakes. Things will pause, but you can make a difference, and that's so important. That I think we're only coming out of COVID now. We're only reflecting on how much it's had an impact on all of us, even us who thought we were so resilient and confident. It's had a real impact on our day-to-day lives, on our professional lives, and our personal lives. And I think it's going to take a period of time to reflect and deal with that.
Any other questions?
Just a question. So, trans healthcare in Ireland at the moment is absolutely dire for young people and for adults as well. And I'm just wondering, as a company, so if you have a formal policy about gender transitioning and have inclusive healthcare, that's excellent. But if your employees can't actually access that healthcare and they're facing years and years of waiting lists, I'm just wondering, is there a formal way for companies to stand with those employees and to, maybe it can't work into policy, I'm not sure, but how do you respond to what the current climate, because that is exhausting, having to fight for your own healthcare, and that's going to impact your work performance. So yes, you have your formal policy, but I'm just wondering, can the company also in its culture support that, acknowledge that some of your employees actually just can't access their basic healthcare because of their identity?
I think if you're an employer, you might be able to use your money in that sense, and you might be able to, if you have benefits in terms of health insurance, go to a provider that offers trans healthcare benefits. So there are at least two in Ireland, LEA and PHI, offer cover for accessing healthcare abroad. And it is a way of trans people filling in the gaps that are currently in place thanks to the National Gender Service. So many trans people who are privileged or fortunate enough to be able to access private healthcare will have to do so abroad, and depending on your level of privilege, you'll have more or less options depending on where you can go for that healthcare, depending on how you can access it. That privilege may again be kind of hampered by the fact that if you are younger or if you are neurodivergent, if you're autistic, there'll be more barriers to your care and there'll be more barriers put in place publicly and privately. So try and understand what coverage your healthcare provider offers and your insurance provider offers, and then make it really clear to trans employees and prospective employees that that coverage is there. Because again, if you're a trans person, you're looking for a job, and you know that the financial pressure of say 10 to 12,000 euro will be taken off you if you go with a particular company, that is hugely appealing, and it's a huge relief to know that, especially if you don't have the financial means otherwise, especially if you don't have support for your family or from your parents. So work towards inclusive insurance coverage, and if your provider is not inclusive, ask them why not, and communicate how important it is to your company, communicate how important it would be to your employees. Trans people who do have health insurance are in the very, very small minority. Most people do have to either fundraise privately, most people have to access community support, most people have to kind of wait and endure the waiting list for the National Gender Service. So also, if your company is in a position to support crowdfunders or GoFundMes, the likes of GoFundMe have an inbuilt system where employees can contribute to, for example, trans healthcare crowdfunding, which is a positive support they can offer. But it might be the case that you work with local organisations like Trans Harm Reduction or Small Trans Library to support mutual aid projects, as well as supporting TENI and the work that they're doing towards trying to get the National Gender Service to be better.
And again, all agree with everything there. In Northern Ireland, it's just the same. We have a gender identity clinic, one gender identity clinic waiting list of over 600 people, one locum consultant who comes in twice a week. They haven't taken on new patients for years. We're seeing increased demand on our services as an organisation that provide mental health and advocacy support for trans and non-binary people who are finding themselves on an indeterminate waiting list, anything from 1 to 5 years or to eternity, it seems to be at the moment. So again, another option is if you have organisations that you can invest in those networks, you can invest in TENI in Trans Equality Ireland, in the Rainbow Project in terms of some of the trans inclusive work that we do. For example, Citibank, which is a big financial organisation, they sponsor our trans swimming sessions that we hold. We rent out a leisure centre in Northern Ireland once a month, and it's an open swimming session. So it's thinking about other ways that you can support trans and non-binary people that may be connected to their health, like the joy of swimming. There are so many of us who take that for granted, of being to go into a public swimming pool or to go into the ocean itself and swim. So there's an example of where City is part of their package of support that they give. They do training and are a diversity champions partner. So that looks at all their policy development and things like that. But additional to that, they fund the trans swimming, and that makes a huge difference to our community. You have bigger organisations as well, such as Allstate, who have helped us fund a second location to provide counselling support, because we're seeing a growth on the demand for our mental health services, specifically from trans and non-binary individuals who cannot access that mental health services through the NHS. They're then falling back on our organisation to fill that void. But there's another way that the organisations can make a real tangible impact on the LGBTQ community and specifically target issues for our trans and non-binary individuals. It's going to have a huge impact for us, not only as an organisation, but for the community as a whole in the north.
Great, so I think we're getting in the way of lunch now, right, Jay? So we should probably stop talking. And thank you for the great questions and for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Ashley. It's lunchtime. Take some lunch. We'll be back here about an hour for our next session in the afternoon on myth busting, where we talk to the CEOs of the main or some of the main LGBTQ support organisations. But in the meantime, take an hour, chat with each other, visit the stands, all about Excellent, thank you. Welcome everyone back. I hope you all had a good lunch. Thank you for food, desserts, juice, and all sorts. So, our first session after lunch, we're looking here at philosophy. There's a lot of false news, propaganda, all sorts out there. So, we thought we would bring in the big five so that you can hear things from the official sources. So, we're lucky to have Jamie Kennedy, the Executive Director of Dublin LGBTQ Pride, Minnie Griffith, CEO of Belong To, Oisin O'Reilly, CEO of Bedhouse, Paul Fagan, CEO of LGBT Ireland, and Tara Lewis, Interim CEO of TEN. So I'm going to hand you over to Jamie and take it away.
Thanks very much, Jed. Hi folks, you're all very welcome. Hope you're not too sleepy now after the lunch, especially on the sporting day. So I think some of us here know each other for years, and Tara, you're a bit newer, so what we might do is, for everyone that doesn't really know in the room, we might just do introductions, so you can introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about what your organisation does.
Thanks so much, and it was so great to be here this morning and actually hear some fantastic speakers. It's always a hard in the afternoon and you have to follow what you've already seen. So my name's Tara Hewitt, my pronouns are she and her. I'm currently interim CEO of Trans Equality Network Ireland, TENI. Background, I just moved to Ireland. I was the Director of Equality for a large NHS organisation in the UK, so I was the most senior trans person working in the National Health Service in Britain. So I moved with my partner because Ireland is a better place to be as a trans person than the UK. That doesn't mean Ireland has everything right. In fact, that's what TEN is there to do, which is to support, develop and make sure that we're living in a country that's inclusive for everybody. But if for anyone who has lived in the UK, it's a pretty scary place to be a trans person right now. So there's some things that we should be celebrating here in Ireland, and hopefully we can talk about some of that today. For those of you that don't know, we're on TENI. TENI provide a fantastic range of services in terms of family support groups working with families and young people across the island of Ireland. We provide support and facilitators and peer support groups for trans people across the country. We provide training and development within schools, within universities, within workplaces, and support for policies. We are commissioned to provide support around the community's mental health and well-being and helping people navigate the challenging healthcare environment that we see across the country. I think navigating, there's not necessarily a map or roads at times can be really difficult, but we're there to try to make sure that what is available, that people are aware of those services and they've got a place to go to seek that support. Generally, we're there to provide a safe space for people to come and talk to us around where they can get information on trans issues, whether that's in the workplace, whether that's because you've moved to the country as a migrant, whether actually you're looking for advice around accessing different services. So what we'll do is signpost to other partners and other partners that are in the room today as well. So please do come and talk to me if I've not spoken to you, come and talk to our staff and maybe pop into our office sometime to see our community space where we'd love to see some of you in the future. So I'll hand you over to my colleague.
Thanks, Tara. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Minnie Griffith and I use she, her pronouns, and I've been working in Belong To for 7 years now, and before that I was Director of Marriage Equality. So I've been working in this sector for quite some time. I'm really interested to talk today on this panel about the subject matter. Belong To opened our doors 20 years ago, and I have some notable alumni that I'm sharing the panel with. From Belong To, and I suppose at the heart of it what we do is provide safe spaces for young people to be themselves, to learn more about themselves and to thrive, and we do that through youth services in Dublin and building capacity in spaces across the country, youth spaces and schools with programmes and campaigns, and we we do a lot of work then with young people, empowering them to become agents of social change, and that's why you see so many LGBT young leaders. We don't have, it's not all down to us, but some notable I suppose alumni from LGBT, from belong to, who've gone on to lead in various different sectors actually, in the public, private and in the NGO sector as well. To really help them find their voice, find something that they're really passionate about, and give them the tools and the language, I suppose, and the lens to understand homophobia, transphobia, biphobia, and various different other forms of oppression, the links, the intersectionality, and what they can do to change that. I'm 7 years in, and I still love work every single day, despite some of this stuff we're going to be talking about today. I think it's still a very hopeful place to work.
I do. Thank you, Minilia. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oisin O'Reilly. I'm the CEO of Outhouse. My preferred pronouns are he and him. I'm one of those notable alumni. Minilia mentioned it, and Jamie is another, and both of us are young people who belong to in our teams. I suppose I took over as CEO of Outhouse 14 months ago, having worked with Minilia and the team it belonged to for almost 15 years before that. I suppose Outhouse is Dublin's LGBT+ centre, and we exist to improve the well-being of LGBTQ+ people in the city and kind of greater Dublin area. And really, we are a space for the community to come and find four things. One is connection, to find themselves, their people, their place, and their passions. The second is community support, and we have a thriving ecosystem of support and services in the centre, run by us and run by partner organisations, some in the room and some not. It's a place to access information. It's a place to come and find queer culture, that journey of discovery, fun, engaging with heritage. And it's a place to find campaigns and a very trusted and credible voice for our community. And Outhouse has played host to and the platform and stage on which many of the advancements of equality and human rights in the last 2.5 decades have taken place on. So again, I suppose I'm delighted to be here this morning to talk about what is a, I suppose, very challenging external environment, but I think that there's a need for us to also recognise that there is a space for discovery, for fun, for levity, and that it isn't all, I suppose, negativity out there either.
Thanks, Oisin. I'm Paula Fagan, my preferred pronouns are she, her. I'm not young enough to be an alumni I belong to, unfortunately. So I've been involved in LGBTI work. I suppose I got involved really as a volunteer in the Dublin Lesbian Line, and that was back in the early 2000s. And I think our LGBT Ireland grew out of the helpline. So there was always, thankfully for a long, long time, 40, 50 years, there's been helplines, there's been volunteers out there providing support, volunteering their time to offer support to people for the LGBTI community. In the mid-2000s, those helplines came together and had the idea to set up one service, one number and one website, and that's really where LGBT Ireland grew out of. So we are now a national organisation. Still, our primary service is the National LGBT Helpline. That's our free phone service. We also have an online chat service, which many, many young people access support from. And then from, I suppose, what we hear through those generalised services, if you like, we began to develop very specialist supports in recent years. So one of our biggest additional services would be for working with people who are seeking refuge in Ireland who are in the international protection system. And we would have worked and coordinated the sectoral response to people fleeing the war in Ukraine, for example. So that's some of the work that we do. And in LGBT Ireland, we take what we hear on through the services, and then we work to deliver training, and we also work to advocate then for rights and policy change based on what we hear on the ground. So we're very much still linked into the services. So I think, yeah, we're going to get into some of the more difficult times. I'm inspired to have Alice Smith here in the audience, because I think Minnie and I remember years ago one of the first conferences on LGBTI family rights, and we protested outside. I think some of them are still on the go. And Alice said, "That's great, we're making a difference now." So it's also holding on to those kind of moments and those inspirations. Thanks.
Thanks very much. So yeah, I suppose I think we'll touch on some of the tougher topics and then kind of round it off with something more positive and kind of upbeat, kind of towards the end. But I suppose when we focus on propaganda and miscommunication, and every time you load up the dreaded word app, Twitter or any other social media network, or even in traditional media, you kind of see things that don't really ring true to us as to what exactly the community wants. So I suppose the question is kind of like, what do you see as the shifts that we kind of want to see, and then I suppose what barriers do these kind of malicious actors try and push in our way?
I mean, as an equality professional, to start with, for those of you that are in the sort of OD space and also have IQ needs, let's look at the first starting point is housing, which we all know in Ireland that housing is one of the biggest challenges. But if you aren't supported by your family, if you're facing economic barriers because you're not gaining employment and you're facing oppression in different ways, being able to afford housing here in Dublin is going to be really difficult. So the starting point is we start thinking about how the issues that are affecting everybody start to cut across people from different identities, from different groups, different intersectionalities. Well, that might not be a problem if you're like me as a white middle class trans person that's maybe got the privileges to be able to overcome that. But I'm a minority, I'm quite like in the trans community, and many people do face those barriers, and the services that are designed to support those individuals don't always meet trans and non-binary people's needs. The next, we can start looking at safety, and actually we know today we're having discussions in the Senate around the hate crime legislation and the need for hate crimes to actually be legislated here in Ireland. This idea that you shouldn't face abuse, you shouldn't face crime simply because of who you are, and the state should recognise that. But we lay on top of that the fact that actually, even when that legislation hopefully goes through, that as a community we don't feel that we trust the guards in terms of actually our relationships. The research in this area shows that maybe only 8% of our trans and non-binary community have high trust in the guards. There's something that we need to do about that. We then move on to look at jobs and employment, and actually do we see trans people in senior leadership roles? Do we see trans people in any leadership roles in different spaces? So I come from a space where I never saw trans people in leadership roles in the National Health Service in the UK. Do we see trans people in leadership roles in the HSE? And if we did, would we have a better health service? Which segues us on to saying one of the biggest priorities for 10 years, we don't want to be bottom of the league table in Europe on trans healthcare. That is the single biggest issue that we should be making sure that we're focusing on, that we're at the bottom of the whole of Europe in relation to accessing healthcare. And all of us at some point in our life are going to feel like we need to access healthcare, whether that's in an emergency, whether that's as we're getting older, whether that's when we get diagnosed with a long-term health condition. And if you feel that that health service isn't meeting your needs at different points in your life, then you're not going to engage with that service, and it's going to impact on those broader health inequalities. But ultimately, we want a world where everybody feels included, no matter what your identity is. You should be able to live your best life and have your potential met. And at the moment, sadly, there's very few places in the world where that's true for trans and non-binary people, and that's something we should all strive for here in Ireland.
Yeah, I guess I suppose what I would like to just mention is how things have changed over the last few years. Like I said, I took the role in Belong to over 7 years ago, and we were still enjoying that honeymoon period, post-marriage equality, post-gender recognition act, where we were, rightly feeling very proud of ourselves and the progress that we had made, knowing all along that there's still lots of work to do to embed the constitutional and legal change to make real change in terms of attitudes and behaviour. And about 4 years ago, I was chair of the government's review committee of the Gender Recognition Act, and that was probably the first time I started to see this kind of anti-trans narrative become more organised. And I remember Sarah Phillips was on the committee with me, and I was going, what's this about? And she was explaining to me about what was happening in the UK and the US, and that was, for me, was the first time that I really became aware of it. I mean, I kind of knew about it happening over there, but now it was impacting the lives of the young people that I was working with and the young people that I was spending my time with every day. And it's grown and grown since then, and now it's, I mean, still I must say a small but very organised group of people. We work a lot with the Hope and Courage campaign. They were formerly the Far Right Observatory, and thankfully they were able to work with us to kind of monitor who's saying what and whose network is out there, who they're working with. From their intel, there's about 3 or 4 far right groups active in Ireland at the moment, about 70 activists. So that's just to put things in perspective in terms of who's there and who's doing this. And you have to ask why, and a lot of it is just down to hate. It's about othering, it's about dehumanizing, because they want to destabilize what we in Ireland and in other countries have worked so hard for in terms of progress, in terms of inclusion, in terms of looking after the most vulnerable people and people who've been othered for many, many years in our societies. So they don't want that, and so what they use, and there's nothing clever, there's nothing creative or smart about it, they just use the playbook that has worked in other jurisdictions and we use it, hash it out again here. But I find it comforting that the numbers are small, because we still know that the majority of Irish people are supportive. So I guess I wanted to use today, and many of you in the room already know this, but I wanted to use my opportunity just to share with you some of the things that are happening, some of the tactics that they're using. And very much what's been used in other jurisdictions in other countries is they try and waste the time of the LGBT organisations and the human rights and equality organisations and funders. So they use a number of different tactics. First of all, you know, we get a lot of phone calls, time-wasting phone calls that develop then into very angry phone calls. Poor Freya on our who answers the phones has to deal with a lot of that, and thankfully we've become much better at minding her and dealing with them appropriately. But they can take a long time before you realise what's going on. We get lots of emails, and we get a lot of social media hate. I get a lot of it as well. I'm called all sorts of names. I've come off Twitter. We get a lot of letters to schools that we work with, claiming all sorts of mistruths about the work that we do and the impact that we have. We get lots of spurious FOIs, freedom of information requests to funders. I absolutely would say it's important to have that freedom of information available and stuff like that accessible to us as citizens, but it's abused by people who want to create a wedge between us and our allies and our funders who make the work that we do possible. They have access in the media, and what they do with their messaging is that they use things like trans lives, trans experiences, where it's possible to create confusion or even fear, because there are fewer, I suppose, trans people in our society than there are LGBT or non-LGBT people. And because I suppose we still have a long way to go, the visibility of trans people has grown so much over the last decade. There's still a lot for the general population to learn about and to understand, and that's up to everybody in this room to do their best to improve that. But they feed on that, and I have to say, I don't think they even really care too much about LGBT. It's not about that, it's about just causing division, dehumanising, othering, so they can say hateful things. And we know from research then that online hate spills over into violence offline as well. So we also know that they have been targeting LGBT allies and politicians. So Minister Foley, with the review of the SPAG and any work that she does with us around stand-up, she gets inundated with hate mail. Minister Butler, who's Minister of State for Junior Minister in the Department of Health, who has a trans son, got absolutely disgusting hate mail and comments online after she spoke about her family and her love for her son. Minister O'Gorman gets it all the time. I was working on conversion therapy and being a member of the LGBT community. I mean, there was a protest by the National Party in July 2020 where they had posters depicting nuisance. So I think it's really shocking, but it's really important, I think, that we understand in this room where they're coming from and what their tactics are. They will attack any legislation going through, so any attempt for us to update the gender recognition legislation is being criticised. They're coming in with misinformation around hate speech and the hate crime legislation. Obviously the conversion therapy as well, saying that will make it impossible for mental health professionals to practice rubbish. All the main professional bodies in the country know that. Talking about gender neutral bathrooms in schools, stuff, targeting the most vulnerable students in school and making it out that they are in some way a threat to young people, when we know from the research that we do that over 76% of students who are LGBT don't feel safe in school, and that many trans young people won't eat or drink all day in school to avoid using the bathroom because they're terrified of being bullied or attacked in the bathroom. So it's not the non-LGBT students we have to be worried about in schools. And equality legislation goes on and on. But I suppose I want to hand over to my colleagues here, but I just wanted to share some of the impact that they're having, and so that you're aware of it. Not to go to make it seem bigger than it is, but it takes up a lot of our time, and they try to wear us down so that we can't concentrate on the work that we want to be doing and that we need to be doing, which is making Ireland and the world a fairer, more inclusive place for everyone, including LGBT people. So we'll talk about solutions later, but everybody in this room, we need to come together to make sure, and it's our allies we need more than ever to be able to call this out and to call people into the movement instead of othering them.
Thank you so much, Amelia. I suppose, building on what Tara and Amelia have said, it is a very, very small group of ideologues that make up our opposition. And you've heard about the impact that this is having on the movement and our ability to create that more equitable and just society that we all want. I have a slightly different vantage point on this over my time in the community, and I suppose really what I see is that those ideologues are looking to fundamentally shift the makeup of our societies. And they're using these tactics as a way to prevent any further progress. And ultimately, they have a message that is quite compelling and providing meaning to part of our societies. And this ties in very much to what Tara was saying about the intersectional nature of some of the issues and how it affects people. There is an entire generation below one who are guaranteed a worse standard of living than their parents' generation. They are locked out of the housing market in many ways in Ireland, and they are facing into carrying financial burdens from decisions the state has made over the last 15 years, and there's been a lack of social and economic recovery for many in our societies. And Ireland is actually quite unique in a European context in that we have no formally elected far-right politicians in an organised grouping. They exist, and I can name them, Sharon Keoghan and others, and Ronan Mullen and what have you. But they're not in an organised grouping, but they are having a conversation. And we know this. And we are just under a year away from local and European elections, and we are 15 to 18 months away, a little bit of a guess there, on the next national elections. And all of the polling right now says that we will have a new government and Sinn Féin will be part of that government within 2 years. We don't know if there will be a major or majority part. And the fundamental question in my mind that our future as a community and a much broader movement about equity and society hinges on the question of housing and social inclusion in the country. Because Sinn Féin are making promises. And if they can't deliver on those promises, those who have pulled their protest vote in that direction will lurch for a new form of meaning. And if the far right continue to organise and grow, that we will become Italy in 10 or 12 years' time, and we will have a far-right government in Ireland. And the climate for our community will be very, very different to that. And that's the dark future I can see. So while it's small and it's loud, it is containable, but we have an awful lot of work to do. And I think that resounding call out for allies, and in particular, in talking with my colleagues in the community, we know, and many of you in the audience are from companies and corporates that support our work or the work of others in various ways, and often financially, that there's a nervousness in corporate Ireland about the politicisation of the LGBT community again, and in how decisions are being made around corporate social responsibility programs, funding, charity partnerships, and otherwise in the community. And I suppose, really at this moment, when we talk about allyship, the ability to have the resources to respond to this threat is of critical importance to the safety and well-being of our communities. And there are pivotal decisions that you have the ability to influence on behalf of the entire community and movement that we really, really need you to reflect on to be able to bolster support and sustain support over the next 5 to 10 years, because this isn't going to turn off in 12 months' time. It is going to be a continuous battle, in my view, over the next 10 or 15 years in Irish politics and in our movement.
Thanks, and I agree with everything that's been said, and particularly, I won't go into the legislation as well, which there's huge gaps in legislation and rights and protections. But one thing I do want to hone in on when Jamie, you asked what are the things that remain to be done, and I think we can't underestimate the prevailing stigma that still exists around the LGBTI. And I think really the antidote to all of this is that we can really celebrate diversity and celebrate everyone in society. And I think, certainly from running the helpline and facilitating peer support groups, I'm still very struck by people are accessing help because they're still feeling that stigma, if you know what I mean. And so, for example, we run a group for married women who are coming out, they've got married in a heterosexual context or in a longer term relationship, and maybe their sexual orientation or gender identity has emerged, but a lot of the time it hasn't. They've known it, it's been in the back of their minds, but they weren't able to be out. I'm still surprised at how young people are coming to that group. It's not women in their 60s, 70s, 80s. It's some women that come to that in their late 20s or early 30s and so on, and they're still feeling that. And I think unless you're in the community, you don't realise that. And we get so many parents that call the line who say, and this is saying belong to, of course, my child's just come out to me, or I think they might be LGBTI, and I'm not coping with it, or I have questions, or I'm concerned, and I didn't think I would be because I have so many friends and I'm really supportive of the LGBT community. And that stigma, that's the prevailing stigma that they're feeling, because suddenly now it's so close to them, and suddenly you can see it, because you can't really see it because the world that we live in is socially constructed for the majority. So why I'm saying all that is, there's good news at this point, is that I think, you see, so from delivering services, you see what helps people. And what helps people a lot of the time, I'm thinking of that group in particular, is a thing of a supportive workplace. That is huge. And certainly in my own journey, just leading into, I've been lucky enough to end up in really supportive workplaces, which the first workplace I ended up in, there was a couple of out people in it, and I went, oh my God, I can be out here. Do you know what I mean? And that actually was transformative. So I do think there's a huge role, and the other piece I would say is that I think not to underestimate the lack of basic knowledge that people have in your workplace. So everybody is afraid to ask questions, and we talked a little bit about that at lunch. So education is key in your workplaces, because that's where the far right, that's where those who would work against us sit. They sit in those moments, those questions, they make it really uncomfortable, and they say, things like woke and all of that. Whereas actually the vast majority of people just have questions and want to know and don't want to say their own thing. So I think the really key to this is education and LGBT awareness, the stuff that you're doing, do more of it. Because I think, particularly those that are involved in this, we overestimate how much people know and how comfortable they are. And just to finish, like my colleague Jared has gone now, but we did a series of workshops around the country over the last few months, meeting with organisations, mainstream services like TUSA, like the HSE, the Gardaí, Defence Forces, people that are out there delivering services to see how LGBT inclusive they are and what they needed, and it was so basic. Do you know what I mean? That people are saying, we just need education, we need a bit of training, and with huge goodwill. So we 100 services that came along to those 5 workshops. So that is a real antidote to that. And I say the right thing, it's our kryptonite, but just don't underestimate, don't go in too high, I would say. Really need people where they're at and make the space safe.
Thanks very much. And I think, I mean, I went to a lot through 20 years ago, and it was a lifeline for me, as it has been for thousands of people. Similar to LGBT Ireland, Tenny, you know, it really has kind of support community outhouse, a refuge for many people as well. And I suppose we discussed there, and then you honed in on the impact and the tactics used to kind of derail operations, but I'm wondering if you can see, any of you can see any tangible effects on your service users, whether they might be apprehensive or fearful about going into your spaces, and if that is the case, how important is it to have allies, which was touched upon as well, but not just to march with you at the Pride Parade, but to run a fundraiser for Belong To, attend a play in Outhouse, you know, kind of get behind Tenny and LGBT Ireland and the many, many services that are kind of in this room and outside.
Well, if I start with just, we've heard already this idea that sometimes the scale of the individuals is magnified by the loudness of the platform they're often given. You just have to listen in the media and see the stories, endless stories that sort of get written about trans and non-binary people in particular. And they're often negative, they're often sort of coming at some, I'm going to say weird angle, that's the best way I can sort of describe it, as from a real positive situation, maybe someone celebrating a relationship, to somebody maybe talking about winning, or even in the UK, if we use the UK as an example, somebody finishing 6,000th in a London marathon was suddenly portrayed as a real scary negative that everybody needs to get behind and attack, and that's what starts to impact on people's mental health and well-being. That every time you turn on TV, every time you pick up the media, every time if you're on social media, I think there's probably a few of us that might have left social media for that reason, that starts to make you think that that's what the world is like. And there definitely is places in the world that are scary, there's definitely places in the world that we need to push back and tackle. But even in the UK, as I've said, I've left the UK because of how scary it is to live there. But over 40% of the people believe that trans women are women and that trans men are men, and only 32% of the UK society doesn't believe that statement. That's in a country that's seen significant shift and change around anti-trans narratives. So even in that space, we've seen actually positivity in numbers that you might not see portrayed in the media. A few years ago, research in Ireland showed that only 16% of people felt that they were uncomfortable sharing a bathroom with a trans woman and a trans man in Ireland, and actually again, that number's probably lower than what you would hear and portray in the media. So there's this sort of mix. We all have a responsibility to reach out and show that actually the world maybe isn't as scary as the media is portraying, but equally we have a responsibility to recognise the impact and harm that has on people's psychology, mental health and harm. So through working with healthcare practitioners over the years, I'd often have people say to me, but I'm not discriminatory. I would never be unfair to a trans person. But yeah, I hear that trans people are scared to come and see me. But why is that? What have you done to give a different impression? How have you made sure that that person knows that actually they can trust you? Have you put your pronouns in your email signature? Are you wearing something visible that shows that you're engaging with the trans community, the progress flag? Are you out there speaking about trans inclusion? Being vulnerable, getting things wrong sometimes, being open to being challenged. So there's a need for people to actually recognise what it feels like to be a trans and non-binary person today, and actually what impact that sort of has. and start doing more to make people feel more comfortable. But again, when we hear statistics around things like self-harm rates for the trans community, suicide rates, when I started self-harming at the age of 10, I was attempted suicide at a number of points when I was younger, which is quite common, but not because I'm trans. Trans people aren't inherently self-harming or hurting ourselves or not wanting to be in this planet anymore because we're trans. It's because of the way we're trapped. And so whilst those numbers are small and whilst we need to recognise and challenge that harm can be very real in people's lives, so there's a responsibility to maintain the funding for the support services that all of our organisations deliver. There's a responsibility to work with our organisations to, as we heard earlier this morning, virtual signalling is a bad thing, but actually if what you're saying is that you're going to stand with all of us as we're working to tackle the inequalities and support our communities, for me that's good signalling in every way that we can sort of project it. So there's something for all of us here today to start recognising what else we can do to mitigate the impact of harm those small groups, those small number of voices do have on each individual people's lives. And the more that we do that, the more that we'll help, and the more that we'll improve well-being, which again also is what we're all here to do.
Thanks, Dawn. So we work with young people aged 14 to 23. So for many of them, they don't remember the marriage equality referendum. They don't remember those scenes in Dublin Castle and all over the country that people celebrated. They know what they know as the reality of today. They've also just come out of lockdown, and like all of us, so their world is very different. Their experience of the world, they're not as, for some of them, they haven't spent as much time in the general public as generations before. So they are more anxious anyway, generally, about being outside, and they spend more time than ever online. Young people spend a lot of time online. LGBT young people spend even more time online because that's where they make connections, that's where they find out about, their gender identity or sexual orientation. And so for them, it feels a lot bigger and a lot louder, and that those views and those beliefs are more common than they are in reality, but it still has the same impact. And so when they see horrific attacks like the one on the young boy in Dublin a couple of weeks ago, that unfortunately are happening regularly but aren't publicised as much. Obviously that attack was horrific for the young person, for the child involved, but it also has a chilling impact on all the LGBT young people in that community and all the LGBT young people across the country, because it's like, I could be next, I could be me. Indeed, for any child or young person who feels othered, different, maybe because of race or anything, that it has that chilling effect. So exactly what Tara said, it's more important than ever that all of us make sure that we are visible allies. Obviously coming to Pride events is really, really important, but also letting people know that you're going to them, talking about them amongst your friends and family, having those visual cues, whether it's stickers on notepads or laptops, little pins, your pronouns in your email signature, but talking and calling, standing up as an ally. When you hear language or something said that you know isn't correct or that makes you uncomfortable, you don't know who's in earshot. So even if you think, oh, well, I'll let this one slide because there's no one who's obviously LGBT in the room, there may well be, and for that person, if you don't stand up, then they don't think of you as an ally or somebody who's safe and somebody who's going to stand up for them. And it shouldn't be up to us to have to correct people and to, educate all the time. We need more than just LGBT people. We're between 6 and 10% of the population are LGBT, much smaller than our trans. So we all need to be each other's allies and stick up for each other and show interest in our workplaces, in our communities, so whether it's some sports clubs, in our family homes as well. talking to young people and celebrating LGBT storylines and soaps or stuff that we see as well on TV, making sure that the young people in your network know that you're an ally and you're somebody safe and somebody that they can talk to.
I wholeheartedly agree. And, as I think about it, there's an important piece here about reaching out. Right now, it feels like trans and non-binary people are those seeking international protection, are those bearing the brunt. And behind that, the broader LGBT communities and umbrella. But they're also coming for women and for people of colour. So this question of where these ideologues want to bring the debate and how they want to reshape society is a much broader piece. So I think there's maybe a moment to reflect on how this connects to the other strands of marginalisation and vulnerability in our societies. And Jamie asked there, are we seeing this having an impact in kind of our communities? And most definitely we are. I see it in Outhouse every day of the week with members of the community who are fearful, that sense that we can walk down the aisle holding hands and happily get married, but we're still looking over our shoulders. Last year was the most violent year targeting queer people in Ireland on record. Violence was up 29%. The week I took up the role of CEO in Outhouse, we had 2 murders in my first 48 hours, and I had 16 weekends before we had a weekend where there was not a violent assault against a member of our community in the city of Dublin. Now, in 2 decades working in the queer community, I can't remember that sustained level of violence. So the environment has shifted, and people are, I don't want to say fearful, but cautious, guarded. People are looking over their shoulders, and this does have an impact on people's ability to enjoy their lives, to go and partake in all of the opportunities that they want. And I think ultimately this becomes a very political question. It is the personal is the political, as they say. And last week I had the privilege to spend time in Brussels with activists in the queer space from across 53 countries. And the same conversation is happening right across the movement, across Europe and down into Central Asia. And one of the things that came up as we were thinking about how will this environment in which we're currently find ourselves change, and sorry to bring the buzzword of the moment in, but artificial intelligence. It is a very small group of ideologues who are targeting our community, but accessing these technologies could potentially enable them to target people and society in a much more effective way. And Ireland contextually has a very important role to play in this space. And as Melania said earlier, what happens online provides a cover for hateful physical actions to take place in the real world. And Ireland is the regulatory environment for all of the global tech companies who are based here right across the EU. And that means that each of us, as residents of the country or citizens and voters, has the ability to influence the laws our politicians put in place to protect our communities and protect the foundations of democracy and the overall debate. And the reality is that right now, is that government isn't listening to the needs predominantly of marginalised people. Laws are being passed, but the laws aren't following international norms or best practice. They're not getting all of the advice in place that will protect us. And there's no regulation of artificial intelligence in an Irish legal context right now. So if that was deployed on Facebook or Twitter by the far right, how could that reshape the threats and the lived experiences of people today? I think that's really one that we're only beginning to scratch the surface of as a movement in many respects. And we may not have all of the answers to it yet, but there is going to need to be regulation there in order to protect our communities. I think the other way that I see this impacting on our community is actually in a greater sense of cohesion. I think in the years post-marriage equality and gender recognition legislation passing, there was a little bit of a downing of tools, and the tools were picked back up again for the repeal of the 8th referendum. And I think in the last year, I think a cohesion around recognising that there's a new threat on the horizon across civil society and across activism more generally kind of buoys me with that sense of dialogue and I suppose interagency work across movements and issues with just bolstering itself against the environment that's out there. But ultimately it comes back to, can someone walk down the street, smile, kiss their partner on the cheek and hold hands and not feel a sense of concern or worry? And sadly, I think we are worse off now than we were a number of years ago around that.
Remind me to come back to the AI point. So, yeah, in terms of our people, is it impacting on them? I would say 100% what certainly we're seeing in our services, and I think we're going to talk about intersectionality, but the two of them, I suppose, populations, I suppose, if you like, that are, yeah, is what we've talked about already, but say we run the transgender family support line in partnership with TENI. I mean, family members are ringing that line. It's primarily parents, it's other family members as well. And initially, you know, they're ringing for support. They're trying to keep their children well. They're trying to get them out of bed. They're trying to get them into school. Like, it's very basic, like you said, the basic needs. And initially, they're ringing out, what is happening? Like, they're up against it so much, and every day there's something new in the paper, on the TV, on social media around trans issues, and they're saying, well, why do people care so much? They don't understand. So it's really painful, like really painful. And we just did a volunteer recruitment, and Asian Asian parents signed up to volunteers, and just hearing that pain was really tough, because there's so much going on and so many battles to have, trying to access healthcare for their kids, trying to advocate in schools. Do you know what I mean? So it's just so difficult. So it's really getting that message out that it does impact so badly. The same for, as I said, we run the refugee support group. You know, we meet in LGBTQ's office. We have the support group meets, and it's a full day meeting. And the same day, at the last meeting or the meeting before, a far right protest went by the window, and the visible impact. Now that's a very tangible impact, but people are living with that day in, day out, and things really hurt when they relate to you. So I think it's just, yeah, it's important to know that people are suffering. I think the more privileged we are, obviously, the more privilege you have, the more support you have around you, the less the impact is it. So we're very concerned about people who are additionally marginalised, so they be two cohorts. I want to speak to the other point that you raised earlier about the trans healthcare and what organisations can do, or I suppose workplaces and corporations. I think there's a lot of voices missing in this discussion. So I think we meet with politicians a lot, and we're trying to get them to engage on trans healthcare. So I think unexpected voices in this, I'm not going to call it a debate because it's not a debate, it's about people's lives. Unexpected voices, businesses saying, hold on a second, we want to support our employees who are trans, what are you doing about it? So because the government, I think, they prioritise what's important to them, what's the loudest voice. So I think businesses have a real role to play. And the final point on the AI is around that as well. I don't know if there's companies here from social media or IT companies, but certainly just some, we had initial discussions with IBEC and others around trying to garner what should we be called for? What is a solution to this? Because it's so overwhelming, isn't it? The online, we all feel in our lives, even beyond LGBTI, it just feels like such a negative place sometimes, all the time. And like the IT companies are saying, the government don't understand the volume of data that they're trying to monitor. And that they feel that Ireland, as Oisín really articulated there, has such an important regulatory responsibility, and we're not grasping it. So I think, again, as workplaces, as corporations, raise your voice in those, in IBEC, if you're members of those, like start to really raise this, because it's about our social cohesion. It's, for us, we're targets, so we feel it most. But this is very, very important for our democracy, our social cohesion. So raise your voice and say, what are you doing about regulating online hate, about harmful content? And they have to invest so much money in it now. And the government they're not there, they're not really not there. Like, we would be at meetings all the time and you just don't get a sense that they grasp it.
No, Thanks, Paul, for that. Now, I want to leave some time for questions and answers, so I'll finish off on one nice question for you all. I suppose Tenny belonged to an LGBT Ireland, founded Trans Equality Together, and both Outhouse and Dublin Pride are proud members of that. We're all part of the Irish Network Against Racism and the Coalition Against Hate Crime. We do a lot of kind of like work with other agencies, but I think we could all probably go further in terms of our work with whether that's disability organisations, whether that's organisations that work with the Traveller and Roma community. So just I suppose, how important do you all find kind of intersectional work is in this climate? And as we know, all roads lead to legendary activist Alva Smith, and he'll be on the next panel, and we'll all be able to support Alva and her crew on the 20th?
Tuesday the 20th of June.
Tuesday the 20th, yeah.
Garden of Remembrance.
Brilliant.
Right, all out.
So yes, just how important you think and what the impact of that intersectional work is, and whether that intersectional work makes you kind of optimistic for the future about solidarity and standing by each other. We knew from both marriage equality and the abortion rights campaigns, which many of us were involved in, we kept the campaign positive, and I think it's important not to always get dragged down in the mud. So if we can finish on that, and then we'll go to Q&A.
So really, always technology, it's always trying to make sure that it works. But I'd say that the most important thing with intersectionality is we start with intention. It's really important that we have intersectionality at the front of our minds. It's really easy for us to just silo ourselves into our own identities, our own single parts of the community, or to homogenise when we think about communities. And often through the work that I've done historically, it would be like, well, let's look at Tara's experience, because Tara's in media, or Tara's in a senior management role. I'm a white, middle-class, privileged trans person. My experiences aren't necessarily going to reflect the experiences that we see across our community and our society. And if we just listen to a single voice, we won't hear what the reality is for everybody. What's important is that we have that statement, nothing about us without us, and it's important that lived experience drives change. But if we look at trans and non-binary people as a community, as a whole community, we're still very small. Actually, we're not going to be able to deliver complete social change with no representation politically in spaces or in any of the leadership spaces in some of the big corporates that are here today. In fact, what we're going to need is our allies, our partners that are voicing and campaigning across society. And one of the ways to build that solidarity and that support is to make sure that we don't just speak up on the issues that might affect us individually, but that we look more broadly at the impacts of the sort of far right is having around those people that have made Ireland our home, those people that are facing racism in Ireland, those people that are facing Islamophobia, anti-Semitism. It's important that we speak out on all of those issues so that as communities that are facing those threats, that we feel that we can speak up together, we can help each other, because that starts to be a big chunk of society, that starts to be a big group of people that can push for change. And that starts by not necessarily waiting for somebody else to come into the room and help you. It starts by us intentionally reaching out to speak up on an issue that maybe doesn't, you feel, directly benefit you, but it absolutely will benefit somebody else. So there's that intention needs to be at the front of our minds when we're thinking about this space and this agenda. But absolutely, when it comes to trans and non-binary people, you'll see a lot of people who look like me, maybe not with the purple hair. And actually, it's important that we recognise that in our spaces, we have people that are not just facing oppression because of transphobia, that people are facing that duality of oppression around racism, or maybe from a neurodiversity point of view. And that many of the inequalities that we've discussed, if we look at healthcare in Ireland, for example, if you have a degree of privilege, you might be able to spend money and go abroad, or trying to navigate the complexities of the reality of the situation. If anyone's tried to understand trans healthcare in Ireland in terms of where can I go privately, or can I go overseas, or if I'm moving to Ireland, do I leave my healthcare in the country that I'm moving from? Again, if you've got economic privilege, if you've got the privilege of being able to advocate for yourself in some way, and you're not facing other barriers, you're more likely to get a positive outcome. So people say to me, how actually you worry about healthcare in Ireland? yeah, it's still difficult for me, but it's more difficult for people that maybe can't afford to pay for their healthcare overseas, can't afford to go to a private provider. So there's that aspect as well that's really important for us to consider.
Couple of points, I suppose, in response to your question, Jamie. I think it's the macro and the micro in here. I mean, 20 years of my career has been working in solidarity with other folks across our society to make change. So I'm absolutely 100% all in. I'm a hell yes for that kind of work. But I think that, and Paula mentioned it earlier, I think there needs to be solidarity across, and it's happening already in a lot of the work we're doing in Coalition Against Hate, in the Trans Equality Together. There's lots and lots of organisations that represent different groups and different communities coming together, and that makes me feel so hopeful. And I can't tell you how that nourishes my soul, and I think all of us as individuals, as activists in this room, a problem shared is a problem halved, and so working together. I quite honest that I hit an absolute wall at the end of last year in terms of burnout, and it was that kind of trying to get everything done and trying to get it done fast and being impatient and all that. This is going to take time, and we all need to work together, but it needs to be across the different sectors as well. It needs to be public sector, private sector, NGOs, the government, academia, all that. Some of us are attending a convening later on this week in relation to the issue of the far right, and it's the NGO sector, which is great. It's a great first step. But I think we need to get business, we need to get unions, we need to get politicians in the room as well. I've been asking for a task force on this for some time now, and I was looking up to meet somebody from the OECD at an event that we ran, and I was speaking at last week or the week before. And something that the OECD could do, and they've done in other countries like Finland, is come in and do a scan and speak to all the stakeholders across public, private, NGO, the government, and come up with recommendations and get us all working together. I think that's something that really needs to happen. But I know, again, from the macro back to the micro, how important this solidarity is for us as activists to prevent burnout, because we can't do everything, and we know, from little acorns, bugs grow, and that's, something that I live by. I forgot last year, but back on track now. But also that the young people that we work with, when they're working collaboratively together in their groups and then in the wider network, and so when they see posts, even for example, our posts on social media, of us speaking at events with people from, all different parts of Irish society, that also helps them because they feel, even if they're not in one of our groups, even if they're not out yet, to know that they have allies in different parts of the country, in different areas of the country, in different sectors, it is huge, because it's still can be very scary, and as Paula said, the stigma coming out is still the biggest issue. We get calls, emails, and support young people around. But yeah, I'm feeling more hopeful than ever, and I think we're getting there. There has to be a process. We have to come together first, and then work across society. But I think, I think it's a threat, but we are not asleep at the wheel, and I think that we could use this as an opportunity to get a lot of things right in this country.
Yeah. Sorry. Hell yeah to that. It's like often in crisis is the biggest opportunity, and I would wholeheartedly agree with you on that, Melania. I think there is a real opportunity for us to use this moment to accelerate the future that we deserve as people. But thinking about intersectionality and how important it is, it's a precondition. And the organisation I now lead hasn't had the most stellar history around intersectionality and inclusive work. It has had a reputation of a traditionally cis male dominated space. And that is something that we are upending with the new strategy we launched last month called Space for All, which is underpinned by two very important commitments. And one is a commitment to intersectionality, and that's both micro and macro. That is about looking into our community and about challenging the discrimination that takes place within queer spaces, the ableist notions, the transphobic notions, the racism that happens within our community, as much as it is peering out into the wider society. But also, and the second commitment, and I think this goes hand in hand with the notion of intersectionality, is also the approach of equity in how we move forward. You know, and this is about prioritizing the allocation of scarce resources to those who need them the most, rather than taking an equality approach where we equally distribute. And I think when we focus on those who are most disadvantaged, either in our work, in our communities, and the work we do at Outhouse, or when we instill that approach in government, we will be able to radically transform the experience that everyone has, and ultimately support people to be able to live full, happy, healthy, and thriving lives. Because ultimately, that's what we're all about in different ways, and it's slightly different approaches, but very much at the barricades together.
Here. I'm full of superhero analogies. I'm going to say it is our superpower. Because I think if you look at, say, the opposition who we're talking about today, and they make their messaging simple, the other, they see difference as a problem. And I think in Ireland we've shown we can work together. We've worked together in coalition on 2 referenda. Now obviously there were years and years and years in the building. But I think that is really important in an Irish context, that we can do it differently here. We've learned from those coalition building campaigns, and we're bringing that into our work. And one of the heartening things for me has been being involved in Trans Equality Together. It's, you know, I think coalition, though, not to underestimate, it is a slower process. But through that process of agreeing and seeing where you have to compromise and agreeing your shared vision, you do build trust and you build relationships, and that is a huge strength. So now Trans Equality Together have 32 organisations signed up from a broad base of civil society. And I think that speaks volumes. But yes, it's important to remember that, though, it's easy to be, I suppose, the other side of an almost easier job in a sense, isn't it? Because it's not complex, it's simple, it's just division. Whereas we have to build collaboration. And so I think, but it's a very worthwhile journey, and the what you get from it is, yeah. I'm trying to think of another superhero analogy. But we want it. So yeah, we'll keep doing that.
Now, this will surprise you all, because it wouldn't be like us to waffle. We go way beyond time. We have no time for Q&A, but everyone's going to have a little break now for tea and coffee, and I highly recommend that you go up to Paula or Shane, Melinia or Tara and ask them more about what they do and how you can support it. And I'd like to thank them very much for their time, for being on the panel today. Yeah, everyone, Jed's there somewhere now, so he's going to introduce the next session after this. So, what time are we going to
If you want to take 5 minutes, if there are any other questions out there, because we do have, we've made allowances for going over time. So, if 1 or 2, you can take 5 minutes.
It's just in regards to transgender healthcare. Now, many years ago, when I was a young teen, I took the HSE on because I had to go abroad for my diagnosis, etc., and provide the funding for it now just 2 months, having to go to the clinic in the UK. Now, I was trying to rear my children at that time after my wife, who died very young from cancer. So I approached and said, look, the HSE up by Houston Station, I found a lovely woman called Marie Mooney then. And I said, I cannot afford this and rear my children. because I'm not going to be able to work like I was before, because I'm self-employed, because I had to go self-employed, because there was no protection in work for me. So what I'm wondering is, all this new thing now, they're telling transgender folks, find your own money, have your affirmation surgery once you're of age, and then reclaim it back from the HSE. I don't know if there's anyone here from the HSE. Are they even honouring that? Because it'd be practically impossible for any trans person who's either unwaged or low wage to get any sort of loans from any bank. And most of them would not be able to afford the expenses of insurance that might cover some of it. And then you have the issue then of time off work if you are working. Has there been any, are they honouring them monies back to people?
So I would say, and I'll open up to the rest of the panel to also comment, but I'd say this is the challenge along the intersectionality piece, is that people, the stories we hear is people often self-funding and not feeling like there's access. There is a scheme, as those of you that have lived in Ireland longer than I have, that the HSE seems to use around overseas care, that people can go to other parts of Europe. But there's been more and more restrictions placed on that in terms of around trans health care. Some of the challenges can be even around prescriptions, and actually the challenges of having a prescription honoured from other parts of the EU. It basically depends on whether you have a pharmacist that's willing to interpret the regulations in a way that is positive. And if you're already fearful because of what's happening in the media as a pharmacist, you might be unlikely to do that. So I'd say that the environment seems like it's become more and more challenging in recent times, which means that the impact of privilege becomes greater, and that actually those people that are able to continue receiving care are those that maybe are able to fundraise, as we heard earlier in one of the previous panels around people funding themselves through GoFundMe and other sources. We've seen lots of members of the community feeling like that's the only route that they've got to be able to access care, which ultimately becomes like a popularity contest, like who can sort of income generate in that way, which isn't how a human rights focused healthcare system should work. There is a need for reform, there's a need for a plan that seems like it's moving forward rather than backwards. And I think all of us would want to sit around the table to see that change starting to happen. I imagine most of us would agree that we haven't seen the speed or the intent of that progress as much as we would like to see, but we're not going to stop trying. I know in each of the policy spaces all of us will be in, that will be one of the things on the front of our conversations, that healthcare needs to change. And I think it really is telling when we tell people we're at the bottom of the EU when it comes to trans healthcare. Again, lots of positives in Ireland that I think we should celebrate more, but healthcare is something that there's very little to talk about that's positive around that area at the moment. Does anybody else want to add to that?
Hi, I'm Anna Wilson from Intersex Ireland, and I'm just some things that you said. I just want to say thanks very much for having today. It's a wonderful conference. But Meninia, I could pick up a lot of what you said. As intersex activists, we have been facing vitriol, and I mean absolute hatred from the extreme right. Quite a few of our activists at this stage have actually left the country. But actually, we were very, very concerned that we were going to be left out of the hate legislation. So we wouldn't even have legal protection. We couldn't do anything about it. There's a complete lack of knowledge about intersex healthcare. None. What you have is you're told to go and go into trans healthcare. They're different things. They're different things, and there's no counselling. There is actually no services. There was at one stage no service and no legislation. And what you have is thousands of people affected, and most in the closet. So it's actually things in Ireland. I mean, when I go over to abroad, people will actually fund Irish activists because we're one of the worst in Europe for intersex people. We're seen as that. We're actually one of the worst. And I'm just asking for all the organisations here today to please help us, because we do need all your support. That's one thing I can say. We do desperately. I mean, there's a handful of us, non-funded, trying to bring support thousands of people. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Olav. once again, I'd like to thank my panel, and you know what, since I've sat down, I've been forced to please, so I'm going to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula. So we're going to take 7 minutes break or so. Coffee, coffee or tea. To the final session of the day, I thought that it would be fun to just speculate a little bit as to what is going to happen next. Because over the last couple of years, we've had no end of strange and unusual things happening. Charlie Hockey, people with their food. It's been like that. Just a thing. It's been like that for the last couple of years. We've had pandemics, we've had wars, we've had all sorts of things happening. Complete change in how people work, a rise in far right. So what we thought we'd do is that we would get an academic, an activist, a politician, and a diplomat together and kind of think about what is likely to be next, and also how we dealt with the challenges that we have today. So we have the wonderful Albert Smith, who is both an academic and an activist. We have Dr. Jerry Rowan, who is an academic and an activist. So we've got two twofers, and we have Senator Annie Hoey, who's also an activist, very much in her own right. And we have Adrian Pan, the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, who has also been a bit of an activist over the years, not just at Pride in Dublin, but in various parts of Eastern Europe. So we've ticked several boxes here. So what I'm going to do maybe is just kind of pass it around first with a couple of questions. And I think maybe just to start it off, we'll look at what's been happening so far. And kind of, I was going to ask the question is, what do you think the biggest challenges for LGBTQ plus rights have been in the past couple of years?
Do believe in starting with sort of very big questions. So first of all, let me say, I don't know, but it's really great to be here and fantastic to see all of you here. I mean, the first thought that strikes me is that the previous panel were absolutely brilliant, really, I think, spoke very directly to that question of the challenges which the LGBTQ community is currently grappling with. And to some extent, I mean, those challenges are certainly not going to disappear overnight. And we're coming on to solutions later on for each other. Just want to double check, where we are. But what struck me, first of all, what struck me was how incredibly thoughtful and how sharp the analysis was on that panel. This is a community, a very varied community, a very diverse community, but we haven't grown up under a couch. We've been around for a very long time. We know what the politics are. We know to a very large extent how to push, when to push, what to push, and we often know what we're not doing, and we are as aware of what we're not doing and what we need to be doing as of what we are, what we're always looking for more resources. So I would say, we are, I think we're really quite remarkable community. There was a lot of talk about, and quite rightly, about cohesion, but in fact, one of the striking things for me about the LGBTIQA community, when I think about it now and when I came out, which was actually only about 35, I don't go back 50 years because I was very old when I came out, which is not to say I'm not even older now, I am, but I was actually, I don't know, I was 37, 38 when I came out. But it was small, it was together, there was a lot of cohesion, there was a bit of argy-bargy between gay men and lesbians there, which you will remember no doubt very well. Tensions, I think, more than anything else, but still there was cohesion. But it has stayed a very cohesive community in many ways, considering how very much bigger we are. When I look at the organizations who were represented here on the panel, they're all connected. There are so many close connections, the coalitions, I can't remember, I think Paula nodding, but it's not, there is a recognition that no organization here within this community can exist on its own, that everybody needs everybody else for support. And I think that's very striking, and I think that is one of the things that people have had to work at, and that we do have to kind of keep working at. The second thing I want to mention before I pass on. Pass on That's not maybe all that unconscious, because the wonderful Michael Brett in GCN, which of course GCN, let me say, is part of that glue. It's a hugely important part of the glue, and a huge big thank you for GCN, for being GCN and for being there for so long and for still doing that work. But Michael asked me, he said, would you do the parting shot? I said, I beg your pardon. I said, parting shot? He said, yes, it's the back of GCN. Just shows you how often I read the back of GCN. And no doubt you're all the same. But it did occur to me that there was something about asking the older person to do a parting shot. But anyway, we'll move on. The point that really struck me, I think, was that we all know what the huge big challenge is, politically and socially. We know the economic challenges, which Oisin was absolutely right to talk about. That's housing and cost of living, and they do impact our diverse community hugely. But the big political challenge, obviously, is to have our government understand that the clear and present danger from the far right is precisely that. It is a clear and present danger, and that we in our community, as do women, as do people with disabilities, as do all people of colour, as do traveller and Roma people in this country, we need those protections to be there now in place. We need a government, and to some extent the political parties who do it, we need a government who stands up and to specifically and explicitly condemns the kind of behaviours, approaches, carry-ons, tactics and strategies that are increasingly being employed by far-right extremists, who may be small in number, but who, by not being very specifically, explicitly stopped and prevented, we're giving them permission to grow even more. So I think for our community that's really important, because yes, it is true, as somebody on the previous panel said, they are not just coming for trans people, they're there already. That's a huge target, and Tara spoke, so well about that. I do want to say in that regard, I think that it is very different from the UK, and presumably we'll probably talk a bit about that a bit more. But they're also going for L's and G's and B's, and indeed nobody has ever paid any attention on it, you're quite right, to intersex people. That's just never been attended to at all. But lesbians, gays, and bisexual, all queer people, we are also targets, as are women generally. The misogyny of the far right is quite extreme. We know that racism is profound. And because they always target people who they perceive as being vulnerable, they will at some point, and they do not shy away from, attacking extremely vulnerable people in our society. People who have disabilities, for example, or indeed older people. Let me just say there's not enough talk about age. There is maybe for young LGBTQ, not enough at the other end of the spectrum, where there are fragilities and vulnerabilities and exposures that we have to look at. So I would put that threat that we have coming, that is here already from the extreme right, which is moving in a global movement. It's not just about Ireland. It may be small here, but it's pretty big in so many other places. We have to prevent it. We have to stop it before there is the destruction of our whole democracy, but also those values and principles that we have fought so hard for over the past 50 years of freedom, of equality, and of pure and simple respect and dignity being given to people. I probably spoke much,
That's not. I also remember when I was young, the back page of GCN was the personal ads. I'll go back to that. So I would have been very surprised to turn and find you on the back page of GCN. But, that's progress. Yes, this is true.
Well, thank you. I think I want to thank the panel who came before us for an absolutely amazing and fantastic set of speeches and insights and strategies, and the sense of how much we have going for us. And of course, within that context, our challenges, homophobia has always been a core challenge. I just want to link back to aging, because those of us going in the 70s and 80s were having massive homophobia, internalized and everything else. And I know it's still there, but I think it's something to look at and try to engage in community and how that has impacted ourselves as well as the resources. So a lot of what came up in the panel, I think, well, obviously the far right is a huge thing. But I want to say a little bit about that. Well, first of all, thanks to Amelia for demystifying it. You know, the number of people involved, the strategies they're doing, how they're doing it. I find that really interesting and helpful. We know, as you say, it's a worldwide thing. And what I want to bring up is the concept of monolithic, because I think what we're getting with the far right, with climate change, with totalitarianism, with dictators all over the world, is somehow a revival of the notion of there's this big power that can come in and take over and dominate us and destroy us and undermine us and all this language. And I think it is also feeding, and climate change, I think, is actually itself is creating fear. Just at a fundamental biological level, I think we feel a sort of fear around that. And then we have the political level, where we're being given messages of fear and hatred all the time. And those emotions are part of, I think, what we have to deal with into the future. The fear is there, the hatred is there. How are we going to deal with that? But then looking at it historically, I just want to remind us the monolith of the British Empire. We took that on. I don't want to be minimising that. But, you know, there have been monoliths in the past that have come in. They've always been resisted. There's always been people resisting whatever power over is happening. We did, okay, we know that I kind of just throw back to history, because I think we do have a history of resisting colonisation. And out of that, we have a bit of a myth that, oh, well, we've suffered so much, we won't make other people suffer. And we know that's not true. We know that it's not as simple as that. But maybe we could draw a bit more on that in terms of what's happening around racism and immigrants and exclusion, and say, look, no, maybe we could draw a bit more on that. But we do have that history. Then coming into the 20th century, we have the Catholic Church monolith. And that was a monolith. I mean, we know about that. It was literally it was the church and state in our faces all the time, shutting us down, silencing, judging, oppressing, moralizing, marginalizing, silencing, everything that the far right is now trying to do. We've already been through that with the Catholic Church. And we hit back against that. We started small, we got bigger, we got to here. I think I'll talk a bit more, maybe all as well, about how far we've come since the 1970s. What we've built as a community. Amazing, even today, to look at the organisations we have, the experience we have, the resources we have, the wisdom, strategy, knowledge. We may need some more. I think I might get back to the next round as we're talking about challenges. I just want you to say, let's not let monolithic fear and hostility and hatred. It convinces that nothing can change. Of course it can. It always has changed. It always will. We're a part of that resistance. We're an essential part of that resistance, because we're a target of it. So, yeah.
I mean, I agree with that. As always, the points have always been made much more eloquently before. I can think of them maybe from a political perspective, and I think this is a challenge those of us who are very committed to this movement and this cause. You know, when the shininess of marriage equality or even gender recognition, it's very hard to maintain that level of focus on our community within the political structure when there are 25,000 million billion other things happening at the same time. You know, so if from a political perspective, you know, and there are allies within both the Oireachtas and our local government structures who are also consistently trying to maintain that focus on that agenda. And there are a small number of us who are out and about within our political structures who are working together on that. And we have our Rainbow Caucus now, and Roisin at the back, who's been incredible in getting that finally set up. Like, it's only now that we have a Rainbow Caucus in our national parliament, even though we did marriage equality 8 years ago and other things like that. You know, so that political piece is still, I think, not that actually there are that many people, I think, within our political structures who genuinely turn around and go, marriage equality, what more could you possibly want? But just that you know, I think that is a bit of a myth, and that's an unfair simplification of things. But just that constant reminding of people that intersectionality between the housing crisis and the LGBT community, the intersectionality between, we talk about, the government loves to talk about we're nearly at full employment, yet for trans community, for the disabled community, they're not at necessarily full employment. So even that awareness of how they talk about figures and how they talk about numbers and how that actually filters down into those communities, I think is something that has happened, if I can reflect between, say, marriage equality and now and going forward, that's going to be a thing I think that we constantly have to keep reminding. You can't talk about these wonderful figures and numbers if there are people who are left behind in it. And of course we have the far right. I think when I leave here I have to go hightailing it back to Leinster House because we're starting the hate speech and the hate crime legislation is coming through the Shannon this evening. Its first session is tonight, and that will be over the next couple of weeks. There is a presentation happening in Leinster House right now talking about gender and I think really misconstruing what this hate speech legislation is going to be about. And I'm disappointed. People, of course, have every right to speak about what they want to speak about within our government walls and our democratic institutions. But that's happening right now while we're over here talking about what we're going to do. And I foresee particularly next year with certain referendums and stuff coming up, there is a very concentrated, very well-funded, small movement who are doing absolutely anything and everything to distract from the issues at hand and to create fear and panic, particularly around the issue of gender. So we'll be, as we will do in the Shannon, as we've always done historically, we will go in and we will debate these issues and the legislation will get through in whatever variation it's going to get through, but it is not going to be a pleasant couple of weeks. And I think that is a sign of what is going to come within the political realm, I think, over the next year. Any chance and opportunity to try and undo or misconstrue work that has been done or is being done is going to happen. And there are, unfortunately, people who are willing to participate that in Leinster House, but there are more of us who are willing to oppose and try and do as best we can to push back on those. But that's something that I think where we have come from, but that is a different challenge, even I feel, in Leinster House in the past only couple of months. It's a different element and it ties into that far right piece.
No, thank you. And I think it's good that you gave me the floor last because diplomats tend to talk way too long. I want to go a little bit into the international perspective and what we've seen over the past 3 to 5 years are certain worrying trends. On the one hand, it's basically the undermining of the international rule of law system, the fact that UN conventions are not being treated as global respected anymore. Secondly, what we've especially seen with COVID and with the war in Ukraine is disinformation and the fact that more and more people tend to only focus to what they want to hear rather than to be open and to listen to everybody and then make a judgment themselves. That is something that I think does not only have impact on the LGBTIQ plus community, but on everything that's going on worldwide. The third setback, if I can call it like that, has been COVID, where people were basically back into their home, especially the young people. And we know how difficult the young LGBTIQ plus community has had it in the past few years, and I hope that is something temporary. But those 3 issues are something that we have to address. Of course, there's some good news as well. As diplomats, you always want to focus on some good news. One, I think that in a number of countries, the legal framework has been improved. We did see a slight reduction in a number of countries where homosexuality is no longer criminalized. That's a positive trend. Secondly, the visibility of the LGBTIQ plus community has increased here in Ireland, but also in other countries. That's a good plus. And thirdly, the attitude, especially of the young people, the generation Z, is really very much better than the baby boomers 40 years before them. So that's, I think, a very positive trend that we can build on. If you ask me where could we go next, what could we do as next steps? One, look at other countries. Look what other countries do. When it comes to respect for transgender, which countries? There was an Ipsos research from the beginning of June. I don't know who read that, but where the trans rights or the position of the trans rights most respected worldwide. Where do you think it is? Thailand. So, and this is what I mean by looking out of thinking out of the box. Look at why other countries have a better position for those people. I thought that the difference between the Netherlands and Ireland when it comes to LGBTQ plus people wasn't that big. How many people, which percentage of the population identifies themselves as LGBTQ plus in Ireland and in the Netherlands? Yes, I'll tell you. It was 30 countries worldwide tested, 9% on average. In the Netherlands, 11%. In Ireland, 6%. And 6% just like in Poland. Which to me is, that is an indication of a possible problem. And I'd be very much interested to see what the differences are between, for example, Dublin and the rest of the country, and why is it like that? And what can we do about it? For me, it's a very simple thing. Stimulate diversity as a whole. And when I talk about my embassy team, there's always one question in the personnel interview that I have. Where are you different from everybody else? And what do you then contribute to our team? Very simple question. And people quite often don't know the answer because they haven't thought about that, because they always want to be included rather than say, this is where I have something to add. There's workplace pride. We, as Dutch government, we signed up the Declaration of Amsterdam, which stimulates the inclusion of LGBTIQ plus community at the workplace. Let's not forget that we spend 8 hours a day in bed, but also 8 hours a day at our workplace. So if we can improve the inclusion in our workplace, that is a huge plus. And there are some very simple rules. I mean, I have the declaration here. I can share it with you if you're interested. Just stimulating people to basically be themselves at the workplace. That helps a lot. And finally, I talked about Generation Z. Start with schools. There's so much that can be done at schools, that must be done at schools, and that must be done between children, between students.
Thank you. I think what's interesting there is what it kind of assumes that when you say what's the biggest challenges, everyone's going to say the power of COVID, but actually there's a lot more to it. There's a lot of other challenges, some that I might not have thought about, whether it's the issues of an aging population. This is a big one for us as a community. This will be the first time we have an older LGBT community, or whether it's the kind of the conceptual idea of the challenge being the challenge, the concept of the fear of the challenge becoming the fear of the challenge. So it's interesting to just see how there is actually more to it.
Could come back, because Adrian, I have to tell you, you went on to the second question. By saying what was going to be, I said it to Jen, I'm sure it wouldn't make any difference. Talking about what we could do. But I mean, what you're saying is so interesting. But listening to all of you, make me think that there are difficulties. Challenges kind of becomes a little bit of a buzzword in itself, doesn't it? There are really difficult situations that we have to try to sort out and resolve. And one of those, which I think I mentioned very fleetingly and which Oisin spoke about more, is that the reality of our community is that we have a very important, significant and very diverse young population of LGBTIQA people. And like other young people in this country, they are going to be completely screwed in 20, 30 years' time. And that's not even looking at climate change, so I'd like to raise that. But that issue of appropriate housing and homes, I like to think about it's not just about housing, it's actually homes. Where are the homes for this young generation of LGBTIQA people and other young people in this country? Where are they going to come from? And that is a really, really, really fundamental question, because if that question isn't resolved, there is so much social unraveling and distress and further immigration that will actually occur. You know, it is a completely central question, and it is. So I think one of the things I'm saying is that the central economic and social issues for the country as a whole are also central for us in our LGBTIQA community. And sometimes I think we could speak out more strongly on those kinds of issues and say we have a view. We have a view which encompasses all young people, but it is important that we should have, and we can have, that self-confidence. And that relates identity, you know, exactly the same way to something which came up again glancingly in the previous panel, but which is one of the huge difficulties of the present time. I'm not actually talking about AI, I'm just talking about social media. Social media is becoming increasingly massively problematic, as well as being, of course, extremely useful as a tool. But you know, everybody pretty well on that panel said they'd come off social media. Frankly, I now do very, very, very little social media because it is just absolutely horrendous. You know, as soon as you put your head above the parapet, you just get eaten alive. That's okay for me. I can just say, oh, screw them, I don't give a damn. But that's because I am the age I am. It's not crucial for me to stay connected with people in that way. It's not the main means of communication. It's very different for young people. And what we're doing in relation to the protections for young people and the much, much, much more stringent regulation of social media by our governments here, but also right across Europe and elsewhere. I mean, that to my mind, is absolutely urgent. And again, it doesn't only affect LGBTIQA. So we need to be, I think, having a much stronger voice in overall policy, whether it's economic or social or communications policy or green policy or whatever in this country. So we do absolutely need more representation in our parliament. And you know, it's great that there's a rainbow, whatever it is. What is a rainbow? A rainbow caucus, very American. A rainbow caucus in the Irish, in Doyle area, but we let that pass for the moment. But you know, it's great to see that happening. But what I want to see is, I want to see LGBTIQAs going up for election, for the local elections and for our national elections and for Europe. And I want to see us supporting all of that happening. I think that's really important. We don't have much time to do it, but we need to see that happening. And I'm so glad you mentioned it, Jean, and I mentioned it very briefly. But we do have this rapidly aging older generation, 2 generations coming up of older LGBTQ, many of us lost so, you know, crucial family connections in the process of coming out and being out and living our lives in a hostile environment. Many never ever were able to have the kinds of jobs and careers that they could or should have had because they were lesbian or gay and later on then trans. You know, so we have to think about that generation of older people and begin to be just simply aware of that. Age is not just when you're young. People don't think about age then, but it is so important for that older generation, my generation actually, and a bit older than me, and also younger than me.
Thanks again, everybody. I've forgotten the questions, but I'm just going to. Well, I think it was something to do with button next or something. I want wanted to go back to a theme from the earlier panel, which is kind of a strong theme, which is about every single one of us can do something, or may think about what can we do, and can be allies, and can speak out, and can vote, and can go for elections, and join co. There's so many different things every one of us can do, and that's great. And many of us are doing that, and all of you being here right now and today, this moment, is doing that kind of action. And at the same time, I'm going to say a little bit about what it takes to do that, because I don't think I don't just wake up tomorrow and go, oh, I go into my workplace and be an ally. I think it's a process. And it partly involves emotions, which I just said earlier, emotions, because for starters, if I'm going to do that, I have to have some kind of sense of conviction. What do I believe in? What's really important for me to stand up to? And where do those values come from? And for us all, I think, always to be updating our values almost. And also our language. What is it we want to think and say? And I would say the organisations have fantastic websites that spell out things like equality, inclusion, intersectionality, anti-racism, transgender support. All this language that we hear all the time, I think I don't always know, I don't know some of the language. I use it, and then I go, well, what did I actually mean by equality, or equity, or social justice, or inclusion, or intersectionality? So the kind of idea of getting clear about my values, and maybe even what kind of language. And then the other part of it, I think, is, it takes courage. It's not easy to just go over to a colleague and say, I don't like what you said, or to challenge somebody, or even to speak, even to say I'm going to Pride might not be that easy in some work environments. So to kind of maybe acknowledge, I think, the courage and strength that it takes to take any action in any context, and kind of pat yourself on the back, and also not always feel like you have to. And I'm saying all this on the grounds of a lot of work I've done in communities with liberation psychology, where there are community activists and community groups. We want to avoid things like burnout and guilt and shame and the taking on the world, and the list is so long. It's just about, if I'm going to be an activist in the world, what are my values, what are my emotions, what are my constraints? If I have something that's stopping me from speaking that nobody else knows about, economic insecurity, or family matter. So getting clear, and then the last thing I want to say is about getting support. I think we're very individualistic in this conversation sometimes. I'll go into work and I'll help my work colleague. Or I'll say, I'll go into work and I'll find somebody else who thinks the way I do and can act with me. Maybe even just nudge me and go on and say it. Or maybe be in the same room and go, yeah, I agree. Or some way of mobilising support for yourself. So you're not feeling like you're on your own, and you're not feeling if it doesn't go well, you're not going to walk away and have nobody to talk to. So I suppose I'm acknowledging the importance of us all, every one of us, taking on, in the world we're moving into especially, the need for us to articulate our values and to stand up against the racism and the anti-gender and everything else that's going on. But as I say, to do that, to do the preparation, to know we can do it. I mean, we've all done it. We're all here, and we've done it over years, and as my earlier point, across history, women, men, transgender people, people of colour have stood up and spoke in all kinds of different environments. And again, to encourage that and to say that everyday action is just such a hugely important part of any movement. And we can join an organisation, we can go for election, we can get an election, we can form a caucus, we can do legislation. There's a whole range of things, if you might say, up there, but on the ground where we work, in our community, in our family, that work is so important and such a huge part of any social movement and any resistance. And just to say, let's go for it, let's do it, and let's take it seriously. It's a big deal to take action on the ground in your workplace or in your family or in your community, but it's a great thing to do. So that was my kind of major where we go, because we need everybody now. We need everybody on board.
And what follow on from when you're talking about that community piece, and then when you're talking about getting people elected and social media, all of these things, I actually had socials deleted off my phone for about 3 weeks, and I put them back on today because we had to live stream an event earlier on, and I had been on it about 20 seconds, and I nearly burst into tears. I was like, I haven't even posted in 3 weeks. Like, where are you coming from? Like, what? Joe, and so when we talk about that piece of getting, maybe people elected, and I'd love to, I'm the only out woman in Leinster House at the moment, second out woman ever in Leinster House, first ever bisexual elected into Leinster House. Like, that's a small representative piece to be carrying on my minority opposition backbench shoulders that no one even knows who I am, and yet somehow they find me on the internet. But that community piece is going to be really important because, part of my job, part of my own job, I talk to people about running all the time. I even talk to people about running for other parties if that's what they're interested in. They don't even have to talk to me about my own party. But I talk to people all the time about running. And when you're talking about that community piece, that solidarity that I have gotten in the past from the LGBT community when I've run for election, the solidarity I've gotten from women, and that's going to be really important when we're going forward. When I think our next local elections, in particular our European election, which is less than 12 months away now, is going to be one that I don't know if we'd have fought on these grounds before in an election to this level. I think the far right and the organisation, maybe in my lifetime, I don't know that I would have seen that level of organisation. I hope they're utterly disorganised, but we have to be realistic about looking across both Europe and globally as to how this is and is not forming. I hope that I think we will have a resistance to it. I have absolutely no doubt about that. But it will be an election not like the one I ran in 2019. And I think when we're talking about who we are getting to run in elections, that is going to be a factor. I have very successful, very decent councillors across the country who are not putting themselves forward the next time around because of the strain that they've been under from the last few years. It's a tough job, but also the strain they've been under because they have been women, because they have been from a minority community, and pressure is a lot. But then the flip side of that is that we need those voices. So when you're talking about that community and that piece, I don't think the resistance is only ever going to happen in our corridors of power. I think our corridors of power are actually where the people are. But it wouldn't be too bad to get a few more of us into those various places, I think. I think it would be great to get a few more of us in there. So there is that community piece around supporting people. And I think people do want to see that representation, not just of the LGBT community in our local government, our national parliament, but it's about being able to coalesce around those candidates, support those candidates, and I have this thing, and I've always told people to do that, to create your own hype squad, and I think that's a really important thing. So when we're doing our community pieces and our community resistance pieces, I think we have to also look at who is putting themselves forward. And sometimes who is putting themselves forward and they're not actually that great. And that's a conversation we can have amongst ourselves. But that support piece, because it's going to be actually, and I'm only talking about this from a political perspective, it's going to be a really tough year, I think, for us poor politicians. Think of us. But it is going to be tough, and it's going to be tough to get people to run that we want to see representing us. So we have to, sometimes we're going to have to put our big boots on, and we're going to have to support, not this big, but pretty big. And we're going to, that's going to be important. I think if people are putting themselves out there and they're flying a rainbow flag for us or a flag of a minority community, and those, private DMs of support in the midst of those awful DMs are going to be really important. Because if we don't carry people through, it's going to be very hard when we don't have that. There's only a few of us around the place, and if we don't have people within those questionable structures of power, then I think we're giving receding space to other people. And I think it's time for our community to be rightfully where we should be, which is elected into all of our different political structures. And the only way to do that is that community piece and supporting that piece. And also kicking doors down at Leinster House every now and again as well. I always say I'm an activist versus senator second. I'm much more happy outside Leinster House with the megaphone than inside Leinster House, but these are the cards that I have been dealt, so I must graciously take them.
Talking about cards that have been dealt. What you said about politicians, you missed out on one thing. And that's the families of the politicians. And what I've seen in numerous countries is that not just the politicians who are being targeted, but especially their families. And that's something that's completely unacceptable. And that's something where we all together should speak out to, not just as the LGBTQ+ community, but as countries as a whole. Because it basically attacks the roots of our democracy. And that's something that I want to say. When it comes to what you said about what can we do further and how can we move forward. For me, the international stage is the most important one. Not just for my work, but because I see a lot of things happening because they're being stimulated through international development. So, luckily enough, Ireland and the Netherlands are very active participants in the Equal Rights Coalition, and we're very staunch when it comes to speaking out about LGBTQ plus rights in countries like Poland, like Hungary, where we do not keep silent. And that's something that we should continue, and where we should try to see, okay, who else can we get on board, and how can we get them on board? In 10 days' time, we'll have the Pride Parade, and there are some countries, some embassies who were not able to sign up to the declaration, but you might see some ambassadors participating in the parade who haven't signed up, and that is maybe because there's a difference between their personal conviction and the freedom that they have to sign up to something like that. And that brings me then to the point of what can we do individually, and that's if we do not take those actions ourselves, if we do not speak out ourselves, who is going to speak out for us? If we are this, and very simple for me as an ambassador, I can see, okay, I'm the boss here, and these are the rules, and do it like that. But ultimately, it has to come from the organizations themselves, and how we can get, whether it's a political party, or whether it's the House as a whole, or whether it's a university as a whole, or business. Let's make sure that together we get that act ahead, that we see that path, like, okay, this is where we want to end up. This is where ultimately equality is for everybody. And I do think that, for example, when you talk about women's rights and position of women in the gender pay gap, for example, if we address those kind of things and say, hey, that's inequality that needs to be addressed. On LGBTQ+, that's an equality that needs to be addressed. The diversity of thought, if we have that, that helps in being a much more enabling environment, and an environment that accepts everybody for who they are. That's my general feeling.
Thank you. One thing I noticed, I kind of came up a couple of times, both in this panel and in the previous one, was the difficulty of being in leadership. So the challenges that politicians will face, the challenges activists face in terms of burnout. And I wonder, is that a thing that we need to think about for the future, as in order to have a new generation of activists, and also to protect the existing activists within the community? Is there anything that we can do to do that? Is there anything we can do to protect kind of buffer some of those people who are taking on the positions of leadership, whether it's being a politician, or it's being CEO of a youth organisation, or a trans organisation? What can we do to support them and to encourage a new generation to come up in their place?
I think that's a very good question, and actually a really very important one. And while, of course, the importance of seeing what we can do personally and individually, that really, really matters. At the same time, it is precisely the strength of our collective work, or work in groups and organisations and so on and so forth, that actually provides the kind of support for people who take a lead. I'm always worried about the word leader for some reason or other. People who take a lead and who put themselves forward, whether it's for political work, or whether it's as activists who do protests, or developing social movement politics and so on and so forth. I really do think that all of our LGBTQA organisations are very supportive, have that notion, that sense, that principle, that practice of support actually built into them. And I think that that's a really very good thing, and holding on to it is really important. It's really interesting Outhouse in the way that he and the Outhouse team and others, have been consulting in the community as to how Outhouse can function as a kind of a hub or a centre for, that has many layers and many dimensions and many tentacles, because I think that's also the kind of environment in which support becomes more accessible and possible for you. But ultimately, I think it is always about whatever we do in our community and in our community groupings, that we have that value and principle of respect and of support for each other kind of built in from the get-go at the base, and that we work with one another, not just in silos, but right across the community. That's where I think the real support, that's what encourages people to take a lead, to step forward and to say, I can do that, I can speak up about that, I know how to do this, and also to maintain as part of who we are, as part of our history and part of who we know ourselves to be, and part of our whole kind of variegated multiple position in the world, that we are also people who stand up and call out injustice, inequality, who call out brutality, who are not afraid to do that. And that is about retaining and being proud of our own history as people who have stood up and protested and resisted, and who have no intention of standing down because we won a referendum. That doesn't change the entire world. We have to keep doing that and keep standing up and protesting and saying, not enough, not good enough, fundamentally wrong, those people should be off the stage. It's that commitment within LGBTIQA life that seems to me to be that's really important and very important for us to hold on to, whether it's in the office or whether it's out on the streets. Frankly, I'm with Danny, I much prefer to be out on the streets bellowing at the government, because they never get it right. No government ever does enough or ever gets it right, and you have to have people who are going to stand there and call them to account. The same within our business environments, our working environments, and we have to be able to do that. And I think that's really important. And because I'm sure the time is ending and it passes on, but there was one thing I did want to say today, which I also think is really important, that there are a lot of difficulties. These are, I think, very, very testing times for us as a community, to really kind of hold our nerve and to be there and hold on to the values that are important for us, whether it's just in Ireland, but also to see our value internationally, but also to be really proud of the contribution that we have made already to this country and that we will go on making. When I take a long view and I look back at where we've come, which was, it was just a horrible place. Ireland was just horrible. I think that was the 1970s, and it was a place I would never want to go back to. I would never want to see anybody being treated the way so many of us were treated. Women generally, people with disabilities were locked away, and you couldn't be lesbian or gay. It was a terrible place. We never ever want those things to happen to anybody again. But we have to say to ourselves that we are the people who stood up and brought about those changes. We did not have governments who suddenly stood up and said, oh yes, we'll make it all right for the gays now today. No, we have fought for every single thing that we have gained. And we have gained not only for ourselves, but for everybody here. And I would say, if that goes out into the world more broadly. And I just think we should be really proud of ourselves for what we've done. And I don't think we say that nearly enough, even though we have Dublin Pride and all the wonderful prides around the country. Just to be proud, I always say I'm not proud of being lesbian because it's just who I am. It's not an achievement. It's not something I have to make a big effort to say, be lesbian, be lesbian. No, of course it would be hostility. I'm not proud of that. I'm proud of survived. But I am really proud of the community I'm part of. Really proud.
answerize your question, which is, get our pride, get our sense of belonging, get our collective energy going, be part of the organisations, and be proud of our past, be proud of what we've done. That would be a huge theme. I'm struck a little bit by your question for myself personally, because I kind of didn't really engage with that party political structure or anything to do with electoral politics, other than vote, of course, and support certain candidates. But I've never considered going and standing in front of it. I would always go for direct action on the street, oppositional. And that's what I say, it's very, so I strongly recommend it at any time. Get out there and have your say and be seen and be heard. Great. But I've been asking this before today, actually, in the light of the challenges that are coming. Organised, locally, global, right wing, whatever. I'm kind of thinking we need to pay a bit more attention. We absolutely need elected representatives, and I don't think that whatsoever. I kind of left it to other people. That's the way I think about it. And then the United Nations structures and all those other, structures of power, you might call them. They're always for other people in my mind. They do that work, and I'll do the street work. And I'm kind of a little bit thinking, okay, just because of what we're dealing with now, collectively, climate change, AI, all these big things actually do need government in a way that maybe, well, we always need a government, but we need government, we need legislation, we need to support people getting in there and being able to do what needs to be done to combat and to deal with climate change and so forth. So to then get to the question of how do we buffer or deal with the kind of hostility of people who go forward have to deal with, I can't see any more than doing the DM. That's one thing you mentioned, because it's communicating, sending our support, sending messages of support, showing up, delivering the leaflets, doing whatever it is, but letting whoever the person is know, this one way, I suppose. But just putting your hand out there and saying I support you, and doing things. Because when you mentioned, what was it, 70 or something? Sending all these emails and this, that, and the other. Well, we all can do that as well, with supportive emails and supportive messages towards you when you do something we like. And so do a bit more of that. I'm visibly supporting you in whatever way I can. And then, of course, I presume going for election means you must have people around you wearing boots and have your supporters in there clapping you on the back and saying how great you are and how courageous you are to go and be willing to do that. And I support you in doing that as well. Great.
Sure, sign up. That's amazing. Another campaigner. This is how you get these things. I think, it's interesting when you talk about burnout, because I still joke every now and again. I think I'm still tired from review. I'm not sure I'm fully, stretch and I think I'm a bit tired, because there are all of us in our own way, because of whether we are members of our community or another community, or indeed working in this area, advocating that community. That is it's kind of a bit of a constant, perpetual, kind of always at it. Never not at it. And that's important as well, and that we're never not at it. But there is a kind of constant sort of, we don't currently have a smooth waters where we can just kind of flow through. There's still a lot of work being done and work to be done, and not just at a political level, as you say, and that piece. But I don't have anything particularly enlightening to offer around that burnout piece and stuff, but I think that really, I was really struck things out. I'm really proud to be a member of the community. I'm so proud to be a member of the community. I love being a member of the community. I get really affronted when people assume I'm not a member of the community. And I'm like, well, you're Rachel, my iota. And then my husband's like, but I get really affronted, and it was a consideration. I never was like, I'm never going to get married, so I don't ever not be a part of this community. It's really important. I'm really proud not to be a part of a community that is so caring, so kind, has been so supportive, and has changed the world. We've changed Ireland, we've changed the world, not just in the obvious ways of our referendums, but we have consistently changed the world and changed lives. And the best part of my job is when I get an email from a parent or from a young person that, and as I said, I'm, a tiddlywink in the political realm, and that's fine, that's okay, of someone being like,
just, thank you for being you. We just, we don't often get thanked for just being ourselves. We get thanked for doing things and achieving things and that, all of these other things. It's not often that we get recognised for just quite simply existing. And those are the most incredible moments that make, all of these other things, that you can get back up again. And I think sometimes in our community, when those of us who are really activisty and doing all the things, or people are working in EDI, sometimes we actually don't maybe give ourselves credit to step back and go, actually this is really important. That there is someone who you don't know, whether it's in your organisation or your business, that these things are meaningful, that these things, whether they're simplistic, reaching out to someone, or whether it's really, leading change in your organisation, your business, your workplace, whether it's standing up on, Idaho Day and getting to say, I'm really proud to be out and I stand, with my trans family, my trans sister, I'm incredibly lucky to live in a country where I can stand up and be out and stand in my national parliament and do that. While that may not feel all of these things, these are significant things. So that isn't a way, it's a roundabout way, it's not a way to avoid burnout because you still get tired, you do all of these things. But sometimes actually, giving ourselves no good bus and stepping back and we're like, actually, this is important. I'm actually doing something meaningful and this is someone somewhere. This is important work. And that to me is when I'm creaking and aching and still have my European ankles and bits and pieces and all these other things. There are people for whom none of us in this room who are doing all of this stuff will probably ever know. But there are people, I am absolutely certain of it, and that isn't an inflated, I have to turn my head sideways to get through a door. That is just taking a moment and being like, this is important stuff that we do. This is helping people, we're building a better future, and each one of us is contributing a brick, whatever way that brick is, to building a better future. And we sometimes just have to be like, that's okay, and I've done that today, I've done that last week, I've done that whenever, and that brick has been laid, and it's helped someone somewhere, and I can take a bit of time. So my burnout strategy is to sometimes step back and think about all the really great things our community has done. And those bricks were always laying for this better future that we're building. And then I take a step and we will get back up again and we will do other bits and pieces. So it sounds a bit woo-woo, wishy-washy, but I think it's really important to give ourselves that credit and recognise what we're doing.
Yeah, I hate to say this in a way, but these kinds of discussions and these kinds of meetings only give me energy. So I don't get into a burnout phase, and on the contrary, organize more of those things, then I'll get more energy. No, so and why does it give me so much energy? Because exactly what you say, there is that one person or the other person for whom it makes a difference that you're there. There's that one or two persons that say, hey, thank you for that support. And whether it's an international community that you say, okay, and how do I then get my satisfaction? Well, it's like when you sign the Diplomats for Equality Declaration. Simply try to get more countries sign it. If you have one or two countries more than the previous time, that's progress. Work on it the whole time, just little steps by little steps. Don't forget where we started 50 years ago and where we are now. That's a huge difference. And it didn't come overnight. It was all step by step by step. So for me, that's very important to make that steps and to make it in, whether I do it here or whether I try to make a difference in Poland or in Belarus or in Russia. Of course, there's sometimes steps back. You cannot avoid that. But it's the difference for the individual that you can make that's really what's giving me the good feeling. And that's the same thing that I have in my organization, that when somebody says, hey, I feel safe. I feel safe to say what I want to say, and I can say what I want to say because of the environment that you have created. And that's the real satisfaction. And that's the real way of preventing burnouts and really be able to stimulate people to say, hey, if I can do it, why can't you do that? And why can't we all make those little steps that make a little contribution, not just for ourselves, but also for someone else? Thank you.
What really interesting that came out of it, because we've got to come to the end of time, but the challenges aren't necessarily what we think the challenges are. That the far right, we've had, these are things we've faced 100 times. We've faced them, we've fought them, we've won. The challenges are that we make sure we stay together as a community, because that's how we won it last time. We stay together as a community, we build a community, and really it is finding the opportunity to come together. It's interesting. We picked as our theme this year: protest, remember, celebrate. And we have little taglines of Pride is protest or Pride is celebration. And that's not really true, because Pride has always been a community, and protest is the thing we did, and celebration is the thing we did. And it's important that we remember that we always remember it's the community that won everything we have, and it's the community that will defend everything we have. So thank you everyone for being here. As I said, our theme was protest, remember, celebrate, and this year we are marking a whole load of anniversaries. The big one, the oldest one obviously is the 50th anniversary of the first LGBTQ group in Dublin, 40th anniversary of the first Dublin Pride Parade and the March to Fairview, and the 30th anniversary of decriminalisation. Now, I have protested many, many times, and I have celebrated many, many times. But I can't for the life of me remember anything about the very first LGBTQ group that was established in October 1973 by 10 people in Trinity College. So I thought that what I might do is just leave the final closeout words to somebody who was actually in that room 50 years ago.
My name is I should be used to using the mic because I worked in RT, but I forget. And I was one of the people that founded the gay movement here in Trinity. There were actually 11 of us. There are now 9 of us. And the thing about it, we didn't know where we were going to go or what to do. But I don't think any of us realized what it's like today, the different groups. Because one of the good things about Irish people, we're great at the first meeting. Secondly, we discussed the split. We all break up in different groups with different things. And it's very important. But we're all still kind of talking to each other. Small place. If they buy a pint, then you buy them one too. And one of the things that we must remember, a lot of us are getting older. And as already has been said, we need to look to housing for older people. That's very important. It's also very important that we record our history. I have been recording 314 people who sat down, put a camera on them, they told a story. And it will come out available to people. I haven't decided yet where it will be available from, because it's important that whichever group takes it on, they must make sure that it's there forever. So there's little things like that. And the one great thing about everyone, including supporters like Michael D, the whole lot, they all signed a release form. I owned everything that they said. And even what Elva said, have hers too, or her words. And it's very important. But it's also very important for, I learned a lot of things by here today. We didn't realize when the whole movement was started how important it is that you are the generation that are taking it on. But don't forget about the older people. Like, for example, information about where everything is happening is all the new way. A lot of us always can't use a computer. It's important that there must be signs all around the place that let us know what's happening. And it also is worthwhile to come and talk to us, because old people get old. But then a lot of us have memories, and this thing about people getting burnt out, you get burnt out for a day, then you're back in. One of the great things that we have, and we look to the Dutch, COC, and they were very helpful, but they had a problem with the Irish, particularly when we formed the International Gay Association, which then became the International Lesbian and Gay Association. The Dutch wanted to control the Irish. They had got a chance. That's an important thing, because we're a nation of individuals. And that way we will remain it. And good luck on the march and all those things I have. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Sheridan, she, her. I was the original founder of Tending Transgender Equality Network Ireland. They're doing a great job these days, and I thank them for that. But my question is kind of maybe a Twilight Zone question or political. Many political parties use transgender people in shopping centres, handing out their leaflets, knocking on door to door. Do you think we'll ever see the day when a political party will actually put a transgender person forward for elections? That's my question.
I hope so. We're actively recruiting, and we've done, I know other parties have actively tried to recruit, and we can't make someone run if they don't want to run, but certainly if anyone wants to talk to me, and as I said, I'll talk to people if they want to run other parties as well. I'm not so partisan that I talk to people about running in other parties, but if someone wants to come and talk to me about running, we will find a place and we'll find a way to support them, our doors. And I think a lot of parties, the doors will be open for people if they want to come forward, and also people to not, support people coming forward. Because there's a study done where you have to ask one. I think it was 7 times a woman had to be asked before she would consider. Like, it's an outrageous number, and I imagine that number is possibly even higher if we're talking to other minority communities. So if anyone here knows someone who you think should be running, talk to that person, build a hype squad around them, and then come and find a party that will support them. And certainly my party and myself will support anyone who wants to come around for us, and we'll build a hype squad around them. So that's the put out here to people, and we'll certainly support someone if they want to run.
We won't stop there.
Nope.
The next one is the president.
They never president.
Yes.
Excellent. Brilliant. Well, thank you everyone so much for coming to our 34th Friday Work Conference. Hopefully we're going to see you all on the 24th of June for the 40th anniversary Dublin by Parade. Next year is going to be the 50th anniversary Dublin by March. And like every good week, we have 2 birthdays. We'll tell you more about that next year, but for now, thank you all. Thank you very much. There is going to be a little glass of something down in Penny Lane down the road in a few minutes when they open at 5 o'clock for everyone. So those who can follow us down there, and we'll carry on the discussions out in the sunshine in their rear garden. Thank you to all our speakers. November 20th is World Refugee Day, so 5:30 at the Garden of Remembrance, and then the 8th of July, which is just a day after the anniversary of President Robinson signing the deed to decriminalise homosexuality. We have plans and intersex lives, so we expect everyone to see everyone at both of those. Thank you very much.